couple minutes before we can get started.
I think it's there. If nothing wants to work today. Okay, now it's good. We got it now.
Let's go on the record then in file 22-5165-FH. We'll get started on Tuesday, September 5th. Let me go around the room. The jury is not in the courtroom. Mr. Ralston, anything that we need to cover while they're away?
Morning, Judge. No, thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Whitaker?
No, thank you.
Mr. Sutton?
No, thank you.
Mr. Barnett?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. William Barnett, on behalf of Mr. Molitor. I did over the weekend subpoena Special Agent Jason Chambers and asked the court under an order to sequester him for the testimony of CHS Dan and Special Agent Red. Got some other issues too.
Mr. Ralston, you're in receipt of that subpoena?
I am.
Okay. Do you have any issues with the sequestration or applying to Agent Chambers for the testimony of at least those two witnesses?
I don't.
Okay. Do we need to make sure that that can occur, or is that, I know he's not in the courtroom, but.
Certain employees.
All right, is that, okay. So Mr. Barnett, the sequestration order is in effect for Agent Chambers. So it should.
Thank you. I have, Your Honor, brought the exhibits from last week and given everybody a copy. Brought the exhibits Andrew. Sorry, you. Victor's in the building, it's Victor is in the building, it's the prosecutor's room, the AG's office, so to speak, and we have other audiences, defendant juries accused. I do have exhibits and to you, to distribute those to the jury this morning on paper, and there are exhibits that were entered last week.
I assume people don't have an issue with it, we'll take a couple of minutes before we call the first witness to distribute those. That's right. Okay. Then who's the first witness this morning?
Captain Darren Green.
So no issue relative to that person being UC or anything like that? Right?
No, not at all.
Okay. Mr. Burnett, is that it? We'll give you a couple of minutes to distribute those to the agreement.
Yeah, just, there was a question I would ask about the resume, and I did, hoping it doesn't bleed over into what was talked about prior to coming in here for a trial relative to Agent Chambers, but there's a resume, and I don't know if that he's just building his own resume to get a job after this is over.
Okay, well, we discussed that already in chambers, and I think the parties are clear on the lines that are drawn, and if not, we will reinforce them and deal with it while witnesses testify, should it be necessary.
Okay.
Okay?
I'll stay with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I would be objecting to that.
Yes, quite, we'll deal with that if necessary when it comes up. Mr. Nunzio, Mr. Sauer, anything else for you before we bring the jury in?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
All rise for the jury. Okay, everyone can be seated. Captain, you're going to be our next witness. I think what I'll do is have you swear and have you stand there for a moment. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but? Okay, go ahead and grab a seat for me. We're just going to wait just a second before we get started. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome back, by the way. I hope everyone had a lovely weekend. You'll recall at the end of last week, there were some exhibits that were admitted by Mr. Barnett. We were letters being used. He has paper copies for all of those for you all, so what we're going to do is take just a couple of minutes and distribute all of those before we begin the testing. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And while he's doing that for everybody else in the jury, I know that the process, I've been asking you if you have anything to report when you come back in. And what we've been doing is using notes basically. So in spirit with the, some allowing you all to go back, gather your thoughts to see if you have any questions, rather than perhaps put somebody on the spot. If somebody does have something to report, I'm not going to ask for that individual to be identified. But that person who just as has been done in the past, with anything that's come up, just simply write a note and you can hand it before staff and then I'll address the jury. Okay. Okay, so now that you've been sworn in and are seated, if you could start off by telling us your full name, please, and spelling your last name.
Sure. My name is Darren Green, and my last name is Green.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, Captain Green, how long have you been with the Michigan State Police?
Almost 23 years, just under 23 years.
Okay, and can you tell us briefly about your past assignments?
Sure. I entered the department September 17th, 2000. Graduated from recruit school in February of 01. Was assigned to the Jackson Post as a road trooper for 8 years. Left there and worked undercover on a fugitive apprehension team for 4 years as a trooper. Went back down to the Jackson Post for 6 months. In 2012, I was promoted to a sergeant at the Lansing Post in uniform. I did that for 13 months. Went back undercover on the fugitive team as a detective sergeant, running that team for 4 more years. Got promoted in 2018 to lieutenant as the 1st District Public Information Officer. Did that for about 8 months. And in 2019, I was promoted to 1st lieutenant in state security operations, which oversaw security at the Capitol and other state-owned buildings in Lansing. Did that for 3 years. In 2022, I transferred to the Lansing Post as the post commander. Did that for 15 months. And then a little over 2 weeks ago, I was promoted to captain as the 8th District Commander in charge of the entire Upper Peninsula.
Okay, thank you. When you mentioned there about fugitive apprehension teams, would that commonly be known as like a SWAT team?
No, I apologize. So from 2010 to 2012, in addition to my responsibilities at that time as a detective trooper on the 1st District Fugitive Team, I was also a member of our emergency support team, which it's the MSP's equivalent to a SWAT team.
Okay. And tell the jury, on a SWAT team, do you ever go into houses without knowing what's on the other side of the door?
Yeah, the best way I can describe our SWAT team is when the police need help, they call the SWAT team. So we would do high-risk search warrants. We would do barricaded gunmen, any type of high-risk type of calls that the regular police who work the road on a day-in and day-out basis didn't feel comfortable handling. They would call the SWAT team in, and then we would go handle those situations.
Okay. I want to focus in on your time as the commander for state security operations in Lansing. Were you responsible for all state occupied buildings in Lansing?
In downtown, yes.
Okay. Were you working in that capacity in 2020 when the protests were going on in late spring?
Yep. Probably, again, my section was responsible for the physical security at all state-owned buildings in downtown Lansing, but the main focus of that section and under my command was physical security in the exterior of the Michigan Capitol and the interior common areas of the Michigan Capitol.
Okay. And was it your responsibility to develop a security plan for the Michigan Capitol building during the April 20th protest?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take you to April 30th, 2020. Were you working on that day?
Yes,
And was there a protest at the Capitol that day?
there was.
And were you were responsible for the security operations?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as People's 40. I'm going to do 46 first. People's Exhibit 46, which will be on the screen behind you. Just a second. Do you recognize yourself in that photo?
I do on the left-hand side, yes.
Okay. And can you describe to the jury what's happening in that photo?
At that time, we, MSP personnel and also Sergeant at Arms for the House PD, who was responsible for security inside the House chambers. We were actually all just outside the House chambers. And there was a large group in the Rotunda, which is the common area that I was responsible for security for. But the group was attempting, what we believe, to get into the House chambers at that time. So we were actually forming like a physical barrier to prevent them from getting up to the House chamber doors that were closed.
Okay. And is Mr. Musico taking a picture of your nameplate?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in time, was it decided to let people into the Capitol?
Yeah, at that time, we didn't restrict access into the Capitol. If you wanted to come in and openly carry a firearm, you were permitted to do that.
Okay. And did you order your troopers to form a line?
Yes, and in front of the House chambers outside, yes.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury what the atmosphere was like that day?
It was very intense. The crowd was agitated. They were chanting. They were screaming their displeasure with Governor Whitmer, the COVID restrictions and rules. They were upset and agitated and were letting their opinions be known. And it was extremely tense. They were just yelling at us and agitated and screaming, and it felt like it was a powder keg that could explode at any time.
Okay. When you say powder keg, what do you mean by that?
If a door would have slammed inadvertently loud, it was so tense that the slightest little agitation, I think, could have whipped the crowd that was in the rotunda into a frenzy and would have become instantly violent and aggressive and assaultive.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 47. Does that video accurately capture the atmosphere that day?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Tell us about some of the gear that some of the people were wearing that day.
A lot of the people in the rotunda that were outside the House chambers, I guess in front of us, were wearing what I would describe as like military police style tactical vests with pouches and Molly pouches with rifle magazines. And they had long guns that were slung. It looked like they were getting ready to go to war.
Okay. And at some point in time, was there a countdown against your police line?
There was one time where a gentleman who I don't think he was ever identified counted to the crowd 1, 2, 3, and was trying to get the crowd to push into our line to get to the House chamber doors. He did that once, and then I made eye contact with him and forcefully pointed at him and told him to not do that again. And he actually listened, and that was the only time he attempted to do that.
How did you instruct your troopers to interact with the protesters that day?
Well, before, I mean, the situation was so tense that the instruction I give my officers was to be friendly and be a good representative of the state police and welcome guests into the Capitol. Obviously, in that situation, it turned really tense. So it was all business, and it was their main focus was no longer to interact and be pleasant with the crowd. It was to just be stoic and create that human barrier to prevent that crowd from getting to the House chamber doors.
Okay. You've indicated you've had a long career and done a lot of different things. How did this day line up in your career in terms of how dangerous it was?
I honestly,
Objection around the bench, Your Honor. How does it say the trier of fact?
Mr. Sire?
Join.
Any response?
Your Honor, I think it goes to the fact that this umbrella plan was a dangerous plan, and this is the beginning of the plan coming in. And so his perception of what was happening is really relevant. You have these militias in the Capitol building, and the head of security is feeling like, hey, they're about to go to war with us.
Well, I think he's provided testimony on his thoughts for the day and the implications for that. In terms of where it fits in for other things that have occurred in his career, I would agree that that's not relevant, so I'll sustain objections to that.
Okay. Move on, Your Honor. Were you aware that there was going to be a malicious presence on April 30th?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Were you aware that there were going to be malicious present on April 30th
Yes,
before the protest? And are you familiar with the Wolverine Watchmen?
yes.
How are you familiar with them?
There was a trooper who had been assigned, she was assigned to the Lansing Post, she still is, but obviously the Lansing Post being close to the state capitol, we would call on the Lansing Post troopers to come to the Capitol quite often when there was big protests. She, in her career, is also in the Marine Corps, and she was in the Marine Corps with Mr. Morrison, who was Mr. Musical's son-in-law. And she had known through her affiliation with Mr. Morrison that he had some militia tendencies and actually identified him as being a part of or affiliated with the Wolverine Watchmen.
Okay. And Did you do anything differently knowing the Wolverine Watchmen were present that day?
Brought in more resources.
And were you familiar with the Boogaloo Boys?
We knew who they were too as well, yes.
And were you able to identify them?
They're easily identifiable because they have Hawaiian shirts on.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thanks, Sharon.
Mr. Matthew?
One second, please. No questions, thank you.
Mr. Barnett?
Yes, sir. Thank you for coming, Trooper. So catch your last, are you a lieutenant now or captain? Captain, thank you. Captain, thanks for coming. And thanks for putting up with the citizens that come to the Capitol and had on the 30th of April of 2020.
Sure.
And those folks were exercising their First and Second, maybe more amendment rights there, I take it.
Absolutely.
The matter didn't explode.
Did not.
There's no one hurt.
No.
There's nobody arrested.
No.
People were orderly coming in through the door.
Yes,
In fact, they had their temperatures taken, did they not?
they did.
And they maybe were asked COVID questions, protocol,
Yes, sir.
protocol. And Mr. Molitor wasn't there, was he? Do you know who Eric Molitor is?
I
He's sitting next to me right there.
don't.
Okay. Do you know whether he was in the building that day or not?
I don't, sir. No.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Barnett? Mr. Sire?
Trooper, I have one question for you. In your direct examination, you stated that everybody was legally carrying inside the Capitol. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any regret?
Okay.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
No objection.
Mr. Sire?
No objection.
Mr. Barnett?
Yes, you're right.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lawson, let me go back to you all. It's going to be you for the next witness. It's the next one. Oh, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief break for the media folks and everybody else. The next witness is CHS Dan. As I've indicated with the previous order that I've signed, all persons who are operating in undercover capacity or as the phrasing I would use from state courts that I'm more familiar with is confidential informant. I understand the phrasing is a little bit different. The media order will go into effect. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't remember how much of that discussion you were all here for folks who are in the undercover capacity or folks who you've heard of confidential human source. There's an order from the Supreme Court dealing with the courtroom and access and those types of things. And it gives courts the options or discretion for when those individuals are testifying to limit access. I have not ordered a complete closure of the courtroom, and that would be inappropriate, but so we're still allowing audio to be transmitted, for example, but there is video photography, still photos, anything like that, and something like that's fine. So we'll take a short break to give everyone a chance to get the camera turned around and then see it. All rise for the Okay. You can be seated if they so choose. Let's ask I'm guessing the door's not everyone please rise. Okay, 1 second. Everyone can be seated. Just 1 second. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'll talk to you about that when we have a break. There's need to do it now. And if you recall, we're still in the prosecution case in chief. So just so you're aware, you'll be referred to as Dan or CHS Dan during these proceedings, okay? But first, if you would please raise your hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to provide you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but? Okay, go ahead and take the phone. And again, normally we have folks state their full name, but again, this is CHS Dan. Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Can you introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen on the jury and tell us your name, please?
Good morning. My name is Dan,
Hey, Dan, how old are you today?
37.
Okay. I want to take you back in time, if I could, to starting off in March of 2020, or actually before that. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury whether or not you ever served in the United States Army?
I didn't.
Okay. And what years did you provide that service?
From 2005 to 2010.
And can you tell us a little bit about your service there and what you did and where you did it?
Absolutely. So my military occupation specialty, or MOS, I was a fire support specialist. So we're a forward observer, an FO. My primary job while deployed would be to move ahead of the front lines, if you will, or behind enemy lines, to establish communications, identify targets, and engage them with either surface-to-surface munitions. So it would be mortars, artillery, attack aviation, so close air support, whether it be fixed wings of aircraft like F-16s or A-10s, and rotary wings, Apache helicopters.
Okay. And where did you do that at, Dan?
Southeast Iraq,
Okay. How long were you in that theater?
just shy of 15 months.
Okay. And what year did you come out of the United States Army?
2010.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about what you've done since then?
Absolutely. For a brief time, I went back to school. I got a degree. I then got involved with firearms. I became a firearms instructor, which transitioned to executive protections. So I was a mitigation specialist for high-profile clients. And then I got involved with the post office, and I've been doing that for about a decade.
Okay. What do you do for the post office generally?
Contract driver.
Okay. I want to take you back to March of 2020. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And were you a Facebook user back then?
I was.
Okay. During that time, did you come across an organization or a group known as the Wolverine Watchmen?
I did.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury a little bit how you came into contact with them?
So I was scrolling through Facebook one day, and through the algorithm on there, it was a suggested post, kind of like a friend, like a recommendation, through the pages that I like and follow. So I clicked on it. It was a pro Second Amendment page. So I clicked on it, and they had 3 security questions for it. It was like a closed group. So I answered those questions, and I was allowed into their Facebook page.
Do you remember what those questions were?
They were involving like no bootlickers, no thugs, and no cops.
Okay. At the time, were you allowed entry into that closed Facebook page?
I was, yes.
Okay. And once you got into that, can you tell us what happened?
An individual, Paul Beller, made a post that if anybody's wanting to do some serious training, they need to download the app called Wire. I reached out to him directly on the Facebook Messenger and asked him specifically which app the Wire one was. He identified which one it was to me. Said it was going to be like a job interview and just answered the questions through there. And that's what I did.
Okay, so you went on Wire.
I did.
Okay. And do you remember what these interview questions were?
I did.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury about that, please?
Yes. So one of them was like my political affiliations. Said I was a conservative but more libertarian leaning. I like a smaller government. my views on police. So we got during that time we had a lot of police brutality and rioting was going on. So I felt that we'd have an issue with law enforcement. We need more community policing as well as upbringing, like home discipline. And then they asked what my views on the Constitution were. And I said I swore an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And that's when Ty Garvin let me into the main portion of the Wolverine Washington on wire.
That oath that you just referenced there, was that an oath that you took while you were in the service of the U.S. Army?
It was, yes.
Okay. Okay, while you were in Iraq, I mean, did you become familiar with the phrase operational security or OPSEC?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of your entry into this wire chat, did that resemble the operational security you had experienced before?
It did, yes.
Okay. Once you got into the chat, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury, what you saw and what you did?
So initially it was a blank canvas on the page. I didn't see anything unless I communicated first. So I said, thanks for the ad. An individual said, welcome to the group. And then another individual, music code, said, we need to find out where cops live so we can do a reverse red flag and kill them.
Okay.
For a second, would it be possible for the witness to at least keep his face, his voice this way? I'm having a hard time hearing him because they have a mic mouth.
Well,
I think he can face however he wishes, sir, if you could just speak out loudly enough so that everyone can.
Absolutely.
thank you, Dan. Dan, when you got into that wire chat, and you saw that communication by Mr. Musico, was there any mention of the Onyx hunting application?
That was his next post, yes.
Okay, tell us about that, please.
For that, he wanted people to download the app so they can share the names and addresses with each other of law enforcement so they can target them.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury what Onyx, what that application does. What does it allow the user to do?
You can see the landscape and property lines of a homeowner. So it's designed for hunting, so you know where state and government land is from private land.
Okay. Does it provide the owner's name?
It does.
Okay. And you mentioned the word reverse red flag that Mr. Musico was talking about. What does that mean to you?
Well, the red flags that are out now from their identifying them as is that if a person is deem a threat to themselves or the community, the law enforcement can come to their house and confiscate their firearms. And a number of these have resulted in the death of the homeowner. So with them wanting to do a reverse red flag, we would use to target the police officer and then kill them.
Okay. Was there any mention or display of weapons in this wire application that you saw?
There was.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury about that, please?
Members of the group posted their weapons all the time. It was one of the requirements to get through the vetting. They also had schematics for converting their firearms to a fully automatic. So auto steers were being shared.
Okay. In terms of how long, I mean, you get on the Wire app and you told us about what you have seen. How long did it take you to see that information you just told us about in the last 5 minutes?
Immediately.
Okay. And after seeing that, I mean, where did that leave you?
Concerned.
Okay.
I reached out to a friend who was a police officer in the township that I was. I asked if he was working, he said he was. And I asked if he would stop by my house, and he did. And I showed him the conversation that was taking place.
Okay. And how long did you wait before you called your friend, the Mount Morris Township police officer?
So from the time of initially going through the Facebook, going through the vetting, seeing the conversation taking place, reaching out to him and him showing up was less than an hour.
Okay. Did you show him what was on your phone?
I didn't.
Okay. I want to move you forward in time. After you showed that officer that information, were you contacted by anybody?
I was.
Can you tell us who?
A few days later, I was contacted by Special Agent Jason Chambers with the FBI.
Okay. And did you ever meet with Mr. Chambers?
I did.
Okay. And how much time goes by approximately before you meet him?
Just over a week, 10
Okay.
days or so.
Where did you meet him at?
Their residence office in Flint.
Okay, and who, did you meet with anybody else besides him?
I did.
And who was that?
Special Agent Henrik Impala.
Okay. Did you bring your phone?
I did.
Okay. Did they ask to see it?
I gave it to them, yes.
Okay. And do you have any problem with them looking at your phone?
None at all.
Okay. And did you show them what you described for us that you saw on the first day in the wire chat with the Wolverine Watchman?
By that time, the conversation had fallen off. There was security parameters on the app itself where you could set amount of time before the messages would start auto deleting. So the initial information that I had seen had already been self-deleted.
Okay.
But the conversation that was ongoing, they were able to view.
Okay. And did this meeting with the FBI, did they make any requests of you?
They did.
Tell me about that.
They'd asked if I'd stay and monitor and maintain accessibility for them within the group.
Now, when you're at the Flint office of the FBI, tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury how long, you served as a confidential human source.
I did.
Okay, and how long did you do that for? This is March of 2020. Do you remember the date you met them?
It was March 17th.
Okay, and do you remember how long you served in that capacity as a confidential human source?
Until October 7th.
Okay. When you're sitting there with the FBI in March in Flint, did you think that you were going to be involved in this thing for 7 months?
No.
Okay. Did you believe that your obligation or your time in was going to be what it turned out to be?
No, initially I thought I would just let them aware of what was going on in the communication that I was having with them, or that they were having amongst each other, and that would be the end of it.
Okay. Did you agree to stay in the group?
I did.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury why you did that, Dan.
It was the right thing to do. They were wanting to target and kill police officers.
Okay. During your meeting there with the FBI, and was that the only meeting you ever had with them?
No.
Okay. When's the next meeting approximately?
Might have been the following day.
Okay. And at any point in time here in these first couple of meetings, did they give you anything that what might be described as admonishments or instructions to you about what you were allowed to do and what you weren't allowed to do?
They did.
Can you tell us a little bit about that, please?
Absolutely. I couldn't break the law. I couldn't advance or further the group and their activities.
I couldn't hear that last response, Your Honor.
Sir, I think you could just speak out loud. It's a big program, so unfortunately sound dissipates.
Yes,
So
sir.
if you could just make sure that, I guess just pretend that the concern is that everybody all the way over on the other side.
Okay. That I couldn't break the law. I couldn't target or help further their plan.
Okay. Were you told anything about representing yourself as an FBI special agent?
Yes.
Okay. Did, in terms of not furthering the plan, later did you have personal meetings with the Wolverine Watchman?
I did.
Okay. And some of this involved training?
It did.
Okay. If you would have shown up with a cup of coffee and no weapons and put a lawn chair down, would you have fit in that environment?
No.
Why not?
Because I would not be maintaining like their like-minded or their ideology that they were wanting to do. And they knew my background going from the vetting. So if I did not maintain that, then I would be removed from the group. And they did that several times through mandatory training, and individuals that were not up to par, they were getting removed from the group.
Did you let the folks in the Wolverine Watchman know that you were former U.S. Army?
Yes,
Did they know what you did while in your service to our country?
they did.
Okay. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the Wolverine Watchman. Can we have the, I think it's exhibit number 1, subjects of the investigation.
Sorry, I can't, any questions?
I
Well,
asked,
just directing folks to put up the
and Dan, you've got a book there. If you can just turn to the first page in it there for a minute. And the pictures there, do you recognize Joe Morrison?
I do.
Okay, and did Joe ever explain to you why he started the Wolverine Watchman?
He did.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen about that?
It started after a traffic stop that he had via the 2019 over a firearm.
Okay, did that result in some kind of criminal conviction of Joe?
He did. He was arrested and convicted of I think a CCW charge.
Okay. Did Joe express how he felt about that?
He did.
Tell me about that.
He hated police after that.
Okay. And how long was it after that Joe started the Wolverine Watchman, if you know?
It was very short after. I'm not sure
Okay.
immediately.
In terms of your involvement with the Wolverine Watchman, where did they work out of? I mean, what was their base of operations, if you will?
In Munich at the residence.
And Munich is located in which county?
Jackson.
Okay, so Munich is just outside of the city of Jackson, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us, if you will, I mean, you've testified before, haven't you?
I have.
Okay, you testified down in Jackson County against Joe.
I did.
Okay, and Pete Musico
Yes.
and Paul Bellard, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury a little bit about the kind of training that was going on, at the Munich property of Mr. Morrison and Mr. Musico.
So there was an evolution of it. They initially, when you showed up, they had you do like low crawling just to test the overall strength and durability of your body armor, your mag pouches, your molly gear. And then it developed into room clearings, so breaching multiple rooms, single rooms, hallways, to ambushes, L-shaped ambushes, vehicle takeover, vehicle ambush, vehicle interdiction. All acts that they were wanting to target and utilize on police officers.
Okay. And about how many of those trainings did you go to in Munich?
I think about 6.
Okay. And tell us, what your role was there during those trainings.
I
That's
assist.
Jackson Foundation, or do we have a time frame for this, Your Honor?
Mr. Wilson, could you get a contract?
Sure. When was the first training, if you remember?
I can't recall the exact date.
Can you give us a month?
I believe in end of March, beginning of April.
Okay. And okay. And you said you went to about a half dozen of them. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that in between sometime in April and the October 7th date that you told us about?
Yes.
Okay. What was your role during these trainings? I mean, they knew that you were former Army, right?
They did.
Okay, what did they ask you to do?
As far as the training,
Yeah,
I assisted Paul Beller. He was their lead firearm instructor. So I assisted him and Ty Garvin. Ty Garvin was another competition shooter on how to, when they were doing their room clearing, I maintained that they were not flagging each other or potential negligent discharge. So to avoid that, I had them doing dry fire just to kind of mitigate the potential negligent discharge or an accidental discharge.
you talk about flagging, Dan. What do you mean?
So if your firearm's not at the low ready or at the high ready, and you just kind of wave it around, I would be flagging all of you right now. So in a mitigation for that, I was exerting myself as like a range safety officer, so they were not doing any of that.
Okay. Did you in any way promote their ideology of let's go kill the governor or let's go kill police officers or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Tell us the reason you're there in Munich.
Per the FBI, they wanted me to maintain accessibility for them to monitor what they're doing.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about April 30th. Do you remember what you were doing on April 30th of 2020?
That was a protest at the Capitol,
Okay. And who from the Wolverine Watchman went?
their leadership.
Okay. And the leadership, what do you mean?
Joe Morrison, Paul Beller, Pete Musico.
Okay. Did you go?
I did.
Okay. How were Mr. Morrison, Bellar, and Musico dressed and outfitted that day?
In a tactical manner. So they had their plate carriers on with body armor, long guns, pistols, Hawaiian shirts, well, flannel shirts. Joe Morrison had a flannel on.
Okay. When you went there to the Capitol, how were you dressed out?
Term dress down would be further on for us. So I had a fleece, a pistol, a couple spare magazines, but no body armor, no long gun.
What did you do in terms of providing explanation to the Wolverine Watchman why you weren't all kitted up?
I told them I was coming from work, and that was in the Flint area. And then I did not want my vehicle to get broken into and my equipment stolen.
Okay. And did you go on the Capitol that day?
I didn't.
Okay. Can I have Exhibit 46, please, Adam? And if you turn around there, actually, it's up on the wall, Dan. That's Exhibit 46. It's already been admitted. The picture on the right, do you recognize, that from April 30th?
I didn't.
Okay. Can I have the next page, please? While you're at the Capitol that day, do you remember seeing either Bill Null or Michael Null that are displayed in the page 2 of Exhibit 46 here?
I did, yes.
Okay. Did you see them outside of the Capitol or both?
Both.
Okay. Did you know them then?
No.
Okay. Did you meet them that day?
No.
Okay. Accurate picture as to how they were geared up that day?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have 47, please, Adam? Fair and accurate representation of what was going on in our Capitol that day?
It is, yes.
Okay. Go back to 46, please. I think I looked at page 3, I think. Did you know Adam Fox back then?
At that day, no.
Okay. Do you know who he is today?
I do.
Okay. Do you remember seeing him in the Capitol that day?
Yes.
Okay. When you look at Exhibit 46 there, is that a fair representation of how he was dressed?
It is, yes.
Okay. The shirt that he's wearing, does that mean anything to you?
It does.
What is it?
It's an identifier for the Boogaloo, their Hawaiian shirts.
Prior to meeting the Wolverine Watchman, had you ever heard of the Boogaloo before?
No.
Okay. After meeting the Wolverine Watchman, did you learn about it?
I didn't.
Tell us about what the meaning is.
To kicking off the Civil War.
Did Joe Morrison and the other Wolverine Watchmen in his group want to do that?
They did.
Okay. Can I have 6, please? Page 6. Dan, if you can turn around and take a look at the photo that's there on the left-hand side. Who took that photo?
I didn't.
Okay, and the gentleman there moving from, reading from right to left, who do we have?
So our right on the very far.
Yes, sir.
Pete Musico. In the middle, the khaki pants are tan, would be Paul Beller. And then to his, our left, Lee Joe Morrison.
Okay. Paul Bellar, did he occupy more than one role other than the lead shooting instructor for the Wolverine Watchman?
He didn't.
What was his nickname?
Doc.
Okay, and why was his nickname Doc?
He served as their medic.
So the Wolverine Watchmen had their own medic.
Yes.
Okay. Is a medic important to a group like that?
Very.
Tell us why.
To his, in a gunfight, which they're looking for with the Civil War, you need someone as a trauma unit to stop the bleeding or to treat casualties.
During the April 30th protest, did either Joe Morrison, Paul Bellar, or Pete Musico talk about the governor?
They did
Okay, tell us about that, please.
at the April 30th.
Yes.
So they were prior to they were wanting to breach the building, and Pete Musico said that he would catch her as she was leaving the emergency exit.
Okay.
I cannot hear the witness's testimony.
Pete Musico stated that he would catch the governor as she escaped or left through the emergency exit.
Okay, thank you.
That's right.
So on April 30th, you're hearing talk of the governor already, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Was the group still using wire at this time?
they were.
Okay. Let's move forward to June of 2020. I'd like to direct your attention there now. Is the leadership of the Wolverine Watchmen still the same? Joe Morrison, Pete Musico, Paul Bellar?
Yes,
Okay. And are there still trainings going on in Unith at their property or at the Morrison Musico residence?
there is.
Okay. Same kind of trainings you talked about already?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember being told about a meeting in Dublin, Ohio in the early part of June of 2020?
yes.
Who told you about this?
Joe Morrison.
What did he tell you?
That it was going to be a gathering of the minds on a national level for the Boogaloo.
Did he tell you who was sponsoring or putting this, creating this meeting or leading the meeting?
Barry Croft.
Okay. Did he have nicknames for Mr. Croft?
He did.
Can you tell us about those?
The gentleman from Delaware.
Okay. And what was the purpose of the meeting in Dublin?
To set up a multi-state coalition, if you will, for the Boogaloo.
Okay. And when you say the Boogaloo, I mean, you talk about Civil War?
Yes,
Okay. Was there any reluctance of the Wolverine Watchmen to go to this meeting down in Dublin, Ohio?
there was.
Tell us about that.
Due to the short nature that it was given to the members of the Wolverine Watchmen, they thought it might have been a trap and that law enforcement would be there waiting for them.
Okay. So it wasn't because they were opposed to the idea, they were afraid of getting caught?
Yes,
Objection reading.
Withdrawn.
That was sustained, for sure.
The early part of June, did the Wolverine Watchmen raise your, name you something distinctive?
they did.
Tell us about that.
The XO, so the executive officer.
Okay. Now, in military parlance, I mean, what does that mean?
That you would be the number 2 individual underneath the CO, or the commanding officer,
And who was the commanding officer?
Joe Morrison.
Okay. Whose idea was it to make you the XO?
The groups.
Okay. Did you do anything to promote yourself as I should be the next XO or anything like that?
No.
Did you lobby anybody in the group beforehand, before this meeting? Do I want to be the XO and I want to be the next number 2?
No,
Okay. Did they want to make you something else during that meeting?
they didn't.
Discussion, continue leading.
Did they,
That question, yeah, that question kind of hanging on me a little bit, but
tell us about that, Dan.
So one of the members of the leadership proposed that I would be the CEO of the group.
Okay. And how did that fit in with the FBI admonishments that they gave you?
I would not be allowed to do that.
Okay. What did you do at that point in time?
I stated that Joe Morrison started the group. He's been leading the group. He's been reaching out with national contacts and moving the group in that direction, and that it should maintain his group.
Okay. In terms of your being the XO, I mean, did that convey to you any special powers or authority that you exercise?
No,
Okay. I mean, did that change your behavior in terms of when you were with the Wolverine Watchman?
no,
Okay. Now let's stop here for a minute. This is early June. Is that correct?
that's correct.
About how many trainings have you been to?
4, maybe 5.
How far are these trainings from where you resided?
A little over an hour.
Okay. And each time you went there, why did you go to these trainings?
Maintain accessibility for the FBI.
Okay. Are you meeting with Special Agents Impola and Chambers after the meetings?
I am
What happens there?
a debrief of the events that transpired during the training.
Okay. And at some point you began recording, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And at these after meetings with Mr. Impola and Mr. Chambers, did you provide them with anything besides the verbal debrief?
the devices that I had on my body. Yes,
Okay. The recording devices?
yes, sir.
Okay. And later in June of 2020, did you learn about a meeting with Adam Fox?
Yes.
Can you tell us how you learned about it?
The meeting with Adam Fox.
Well, I mean, in your contact with the Wolverine Watchman, did you learn the name Adam Fox?
I did.
Okay, tell us about that.
Through Joe Morrison, that him communicating with Barry Croft, who was the national contact, that there was a Michigan contact, and that was Adam Fox.
And what was Morrison's idea about Mr. Fox and how he should, what he should do with him?
Through Barry Croft, they were communicating that they should reach out to him and communicate.
Okay, and about what subject?
The Boogaloo and Sicily.
Okay, and did Mr. Morrison do that?
He did.
Okay, and what resulted from that contact with Mr. Morrison and Mr. Fox in June of 2020?
A meeting at the back shack.
Okay, and who was sent there?
I was.
Anybody else from the Wolverine Watchman?
Yes, Paul Beller and Ty Gardner.
Okay, and who sent you there?
Joe Morrison directed us to go there.
Okay, and the meeting, do you remember what date it was?
It was June 20th.
Okay, did you have a conversation with Mr. Musico before you went there about what the meeting was about?
Yes.
Can you bring up proposed exhibit? I think it's 74, Adam. Yeah. You should listen to this audio and then I'll ask you some more questions. Yeah. 74. Yeah. Yeah, it's in. Did I say proposed? Oh, I'm sorry.
So now who's the roll?
74, Judge. Please. Thank you.
I'm down. Huh? I'm down. Are you? I'm off. Yeah. I'm committed to it. Just because Joe wanted to what's that? What? To the meeting or to, okay. But I'm assuming the meeting came out a little down. This meeting is pertaining to kicking the booze off. Yeah. This is, that point, I'm gonna let you know right now, this ain't about fucking let's get prepped and ready to go. This is about pointing rifles at fucking police officers and fucking politicians and squeezing the fucking trigger. Yeah, this ain't no show. This is starting Fallujah in the United States. That's what he's talking about. Yeah, that's what he's talking about. He's listen to his message. His message is, listen, you fucking pussies, quit running your fucking dick suckers, and let's do something.
And your response is, I'd like to see what he's about, right?
Yes.
Okay. Before that meeting at the Vac Shack, was there a pre-meeting, so to speak, beforehand?
There was.
Tell us about that.
That happened at the Capitol with members of the Wolverine Watchmen and Adam Fox.
Okay, what was going on? What do you remember? And you said that the Vac Shack meeting was June 20th, I believe.
Yes.
How much before the June 20th meeting at the Vac Shack was this meeting at the Capitol?
2 days, 3 days.
The meeting at the Capitol, I mean, why there?
There was going to be a large gathering of other militias at the Capitol.
Okay, and is this in a public place?
It was.
Had you guys, or I say, had anybody from the Wolverine Watchmen met Adam Fox yet in a personal, private setting?
I believe Joe Morrison and Pete Mosico had.
Okay. Tell us about your meeting, Mr. Fox, at the Capitol and before the Vac Shack meeting.
So coming up to us, I kind of did like a little bro hug, brought me in, felt my back up, and then went down my arm, kind of like searching for a wire almost.
Okay. What did you discuss with Mr. Fox there in the Capitol that day?
Adam Fox's plan for kicking off the Boogaloo and what he was wanting to do with the governor.
This is the first time you've met this man, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he's telling you about he wants to go after the governor of the state of Michigan?
Yes.
Okay. How was he dressed that day?
In a tactical manner. So we had his Hawaiian shirt on, plate carrier with plates inside of it, so body armor, long gun AR with a pistol, tourniquet, hearing protection.
Okay. Hearing protection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he, you remember who he was with that day?
Amanda Keller,
Okay. And did you come to know how she fit in?
his girlfriend.
Okay. And how was she dressed that day?
Can't recall.
Okay. Did she have any weapons?
I'm not sure.
Fair enough. Let's talk about this meeting with Mr. Fox on the 20th. Where does it happen at?
The Vac Shack in Grand Rapids.
Okay. Can I have 76, please, Adam? And Dan, if you can look up there on the left-hand side, what do we see?
So our left, that is the entrance to the Vac Shack.
Okay. And what's on the right there?
The white particle board there would be like a closed door, and the darker steps leading down to the basement.
I know it's a little hard to see because it's not a picture, it's up on the wall, it's being projected, but this area right here, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is and where it goes to?
That is the leading entrance to the basement.
Okay. And had you ever been down there before?
No.
Okay, and this is kind of your second meeting with Adam Fox, fair summary?
Yes,
Okay, you're with Mr. Bellar, right?
I am.
And Mr. Garvin,
Yes,
okay? And is Ms. Keller present?
she is.
Okay. Before you go down there, does Mr. Fox make any requests of everybody in the group?
He does.
What's that?
He gathers everybody's cell phones up in a box.
Okay, so you got to leave your cell phone with him
Yes,
to go down there?
yes.
Okay. When you got involved in March with the FBI and you agreed to, help them, did you ever envision you were going to be going down into the basement-like setting that we see here?
No,
The FBI gave you some money during this time, right?
they did.
Had they given you any money before he did this? If you remember.
Yes,
Okay. I mean, were you going down in there to make money, Dan?
no,
They gave you about $54,000, didn't they?
they did.
Okay, what did that cover for you?
So expenses, time off from work.
How much time did you have to take off work for the FBI to be, involved in this?
17 weeks.
Okay, did you get paid during those 17 weeks?
No.
Not a nickel.
No,
You got a family?
I do.
Have to take time away from your family?
I did.
Okay, you got children?
I do.
Okay, time away from your kids?
Yes.
Okay. Was this a money-making operation to you?
No.
Okay. Do you have, after this all shut down in October and everybody was arrested, Dan, tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury some of the things you had to do to keep you and your family safe.
So I had to relocate. I sold my house. You want me to break it down like that?
Yeah, give it.
So, yeah, selling the house, a loss of value on that. Trying to find a new place to live. So the housing market at the time was not very easy to get into. So I was bouncing around from hotels in my own vehicle, distancing myself from my family because I didn't want to potentially bring threats to them. Selling my vehicle that I had ordered in the previous year. So I had to get another vehicle off of that. Yeah, it was not a good time.
Okay. Once you get down into the confines of the vac shack there, what's the general discussion about?
Targeting the governor and recruiting.
I'm sorry?
Targeting the governor and
Okay,
recruiting.
in recruiting,
Yes.
okay? Why is recruiting important?
They need numbers to be able to execute their plan.
Okay, and at that point in time, what was Adam Fox's plan?
His initial plan was to storm the Capitol, chain the doors closed, start executing hostages on national television, and then burn the Capitol down with the remaining people inside to kick off the boogaloo for civil war.
Did that plan evolve into something else?
It didn't.
Tell us about that.
And targeting 3 locations, so the Capitol, her residence in northern Michigan, and then the Mackinac Island, and of surveilling those locations and finding her northern residence, and that was going to be the target location.
Okay. Can you bring up Exhibit 77, please, Adam? Did Mr. and before you, I'll let you know when I'd like that. While you were in the basement with Mr. Fox and the Wolverine Watchman down there, I mean, is this the first kind of private meeting where those two groups intersect?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Fox discuss anybody who was on board and willing to participate in his cause?
He did.
Tell us who that was.
He mentioned the Knoll brothers and Eric Malthorn.
Okay. Can you play 77, please, Adam? And you can turn around and look at the script there, or the transcript, rather.
Here's another thing that I feel like we're gonna be doing probably other case calls, not just like help us out, but just.
Wisconsin, we got bumpers from Missouri,
Down effect, Michigan's gonna go, we're gonna take on our governor allowance, and won't take 2%.
That's what we're trying to do. Coordinate it and execute it. Absolutely, you're. We're not leaders. We're just basically. Why a lot of I'm not somebody like to distribute information. So let's say something to you, and then you talk with somebody in Wisconsin. Right now, that's pretty much how it's going right
town doesn't pretty much communicate over Michigan. Is that how Ohio went? Like, Joey told us a little about what's going on down there. Basically, we had reps come, we weren't the only rep from Michigan. There was another that came from Michigan. And the Knoll brothers, there was Michigan Liberty, Bill and Mike Knoll, they're with Michigan Liberty, but Bill came, but Mike didn't, but the Knoll brothers had a lot of faith in their lot of stuff. They're ready to fucking step up. Like, they're willing to die for the shit if need be. They don't want to die in vain, they want to die on the cause.
Okay, that's Mr. Fox describing his, the Knoll brothers on your second meeting with them, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have 78, please, Adam? And I think you mentioned that if you can strike that, if you can turn around and look at this, and go ahead, Adam.
How many solid guys you got there? How many solid guys you got there? Like, for how 25 now? Like, I know Eric Hall is good to go, Mike is good to go, I know Danny and all these guys are good to go. I mean, I was good to be on board. Well, all the way back with any, all MLM is good to go. So mention the removal, you're talking about other small concepts, areas, so we got 25 now. You got a decent number. Yeah. Okay, who are you with then? Okay. Who are you talking about? Are you the different group? I mean, that's what we're all about.
Did you know who Eric Molitor was that day?
No,
Do you know who he is today?
I do.
Can you point him out for the ladies and gentlemen on the jury?
The individual at the end of the table.
Okay, for the record, I identify Eric Molitor.
No objection.
Thank you, Judge. Did anybody during the VAC Shack meeting talk about who put the meeting on in Ohio?
Yes.
And who was that?
Adam Fox and Amanda Keller were talking about that.
Okay, can I have Exhibit 79, please, Adam? Just a minute before you do. Hey, did Mr. Fox ever explain how he connected with the Knoll brothers?
He did, yes.
Tell me about that.
It might have been through the MLM and through Barry
Okay, when you say Barry,
Croft.
okay. Yes, please, Adam. 79.
Who put on the Barry. How many stairs are there? That's number one. That was the one who was just like, there's Delaware. I think there's more people there. It was like kind of a neutral, like a, little neutral place. Like we drove like IR, so we drove past the water. There's gonna be a home, so we can go. Okay, so that's, definitely that and training.
What we're talking about is the SPS, what we're supposed to talk about is the education. We're supposed to talk about action. Right now, we've been trying to get people together.
Okay. That's nothing to do with that fight with the 20 Okay. This is what we're fucking doing. Alright. That's what I'm asking, like, hey, we need to, for training, we need to have like a target so we can, we want to train towards that goal. Like, what's our goal? Are we just training for everything? What's the work kind of focusing on? But you can train for stuff for everything. But if you want to have an end game, that's what we need to put our work. So what we are,
Okay. I want to move you to July 1, or July of 2020, if I could, please. And had you established any communications with Adam Fox on wire? Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury how that came to be?
Through Joel Morrison, the meeting at the back shack for performing opposite.
Okay. And can I have exhibit 83, please, Adam? I'm going to direct your attention to exhibit 83. It's a wire chat from July 1. And what was your handle on the wire chat?
Eat it.
Okay, so that's you at the top of the page there, right?
It is.
In this particular chat here, reading from the top down, go ahead and read that for us, if you will.
Roger that. Want to meet halfway or so? You want to be? Are you going to be working? Have you had any contact with the brothers about the plan at all, or do they do their own to bring out there?
And who's Dean Z?
That's Adam Fox.
Okay, does he have a response to that?
He does.
What's that?
Haven't heard much from out of state. Meeting with MLM Bro tonight to chat.
Okay, and that, and for the record, to be clear, that's from June 30th, right?
Yes.
The following day on July 1, is this an exchange between you and Adam Fox again?
It is.
Okay, and the last message again, it says meeting MLM Bro tonight to chat, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and if you would, continue reading from July 1.
How'd the meeting go?
That's your question?
It is.
Go ahead.
He replied, good, no bros on board.
Go ahead.
Outstanding. They have any goals? Adam Fox replied with just a 2-man addition, bro. But they down and want to train with us coming to Wisconsin, so you'll meet them there.
Okay. Were you part of that meeting with, between either Knoll Brothers and Mr. Fox?
No.
Okay. In exhibit 79, that audio that we just heard down in the back shack, there's this discussion about the next FTX. Do you remember that?
I do.
And that was going to be, I think from the content of the audio, was that was going to be the next planning stage for execution.
Correct.
And did you learn where that FTX was going to be held, Dan?
I did.
Whereabouts?
In Cambria, Wisconsin.
Okay, and did you travel there?
I did.
Okay, and why did you go?
I was requested and invited by Adam Fox, and also for the FBI to maintain accessibility for them to monitor what's going on.
Okay, and do you remember what dates that FTX was held in Cambria, Wisconsin?
I believe it was July 11th, 12th, and 13th.
Okay. How'd you get there?
I drove.
Okay. Why'd you drive?
For my safety, and so the FBI can monitor our movement, and if there was a traffic stop by police, that I could be the first contact with that officer.
Okay. You talk about you drove for your own safety. I mean, explain that to the ladies and gentlemen on the jury. How does your driving create a safer environment for you?
Well, it leaves me with a way out. I'm going to a large training exercise with a multi-state event. So if something were to go south and I needed to escape or evade, I had the means to do so.
Can I have 92, please? When you look at the exhibit 92 on the wall there, you recognize that man?
I do.
Who's that?
It's Barry Crump.
Okay. When's the first time you met him, Dan?
That weekend.
Okay. Was he shy about providing you his ideology or his thoughts about the next Civil War?
No,
I'm sorry?
he was not.
Okay. When you met him there in Wisconsin Dells, I mean, tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury what he was talking about.
Well, he was very vocal and adamant about kicking off the Boogaloo or Civil War.
Okay. He talked about the state of Michigan at all?
He didn't.
Can you tell us about that?
That the governors are tyrannical and that we need to stop them from doing that
Okay. And
or destroying our country.
what was Mr. Cross' idea how he's going to stop the governors?
Hitting back at them, so targeting them.
Okay. And when you say targeting them, you mean violence?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor, unless there's some foundation in the words that were actually said.
I'll go over rule if I understood the answer correctly. It was, I think, statements.
Yeah, continue, Judge.
Yep.
Thank you. Can we go can you queue up 95, please? Hey, Dan, tell us about the training that was going on in Cambria. Was this a family-friendly barbecue that was being held at this man's home?
No.
Tell us about it.
Aggressive, hostile, violent. The forms of training that they're doing were like reflexive fire. So immediate action drills, ready up, bounding movements. So if you have a friend and you have a contact or an adversary threat in front of you, that you would be retreating to cover and concealment while you're providing suppressive fire to either pin that person down or neutralize that threat. And then I transition into a kill house where you're breaching into a single room, multiple room, and engaging in those targets.
That room, what you just described there about moving into rooms, I mean, was there some type of structure that was arranged?
There was.
Tell us about that.
It was made of plywood, 2x4s, and they can configure the building to replicate like a single room, or if they wanted elongated room for multiple points of entry. So you have like a center fed door, a left fed door, or a right fed door. You can configure that structure to meet and satisfy your training that you want to do.
Okay. Hey, while you were there in Cambria, did anybody talk about explosives?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Barry Croft brought up explosives and attempted to detonate an IED.
Did it work?
No.
Okay. When you got done with this FTX, and did you debrief with Agents Impola and Chambers?
Yes,
Did you tell them about the explosives and what they were doing?
I did.
Okay. I want you to take a look on the screen here and watch this video. It's Exhibit 95 for the record. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about it.
Steering ready? You can commence firing. Seize.
You recognize the men in that video, Dan?
I do.
Can you tell us who they are?
Could you play the video again?
Absolutely. Take your time. As a matter of fact, we'll stop it for you too, if you would, please, Adam.
Steering ready?
Would you hold right there? Hey, Dan, there's a laser right by the markers there.
This individual is Caleb Brents, Ty Garvin, Paul Beller, and Brandon Conserva.
And are they all part of the Wolverine Watchmen?
They are.
Okay. Can I have 96, please, Adam? Got another video I'd like you to watch, Dan, and then I'll ask you a couple questions.
I'm ready.
Can you pause for just a second? Do you recognize the two men in this video?
The person beyond is Adam Fox. I can't distinguish now with the individual with the rifle to his face.
Okay. Take a look at that. I'll ask you the same question and when we get done watching it. Go ahead, Adam.
Lights out, baby! Love it.
Dan, are you able to identify the second man?
Looks like Bill Knoll.
Okay. Familiar with, was there a place that people went to dine when they were,
Yes,
remember the name of the establishment?
Dino's Diner.
Okay. And did you ever go there and eat?
I did,
How many times?
I believe, just once for dinner.
Okay. And who was there at the table with you?
Regis Wolverine Watchman and Adam Fox and Barry Croft.
Okay. And
Accommodation to the question, unresponsive, who was there? Names, Your Honor?
Okay, well, I'll overrule the objection in terms of that he did provide an answer, but he said Wolverine Watchman, Mr. Walton, can you identify the individual?
sure. In terms of the individuals that were there, Dan, can you tell us who you remember being there?
So Paul Beller, Ty Garvin, Caleb Franks, Brandon Caserta, Daniel Harris, myself, Adam Fox, Barry Croft.
Okay. So that's the Wolverine Watchmen collectively, right?
Yes,
Okay. You got Barry Croft from Delaware there, right?
correct.
And you got Adam Fox, who's from Michigan also, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Walton, I don't mean to interrupt you, just about 5 minutes, we'll take a break.
Certainly, Judge.
We'll look at this spot.
I got a good spot coming up. Thank you. Okay. Can I have Exhibit 97, please, Adam? And if you can turn around here and look at the transcript while we play this, Dan, thank you.
I'll see if I can get my lawyer, what I talk on the phone with you, because I mean, when I talk on the phone, I'm like, still big case, right? Yeah, I thought I did case. I'm like, all right. I know what kind of case I'm talking about. Yeah.
The what's Adam Fox talking about here?
A baker, so taking explosives.
Okay, did that catch your attention?
It didn't.
Okay, did you tell the FBI Agent Impel and Agent Chambers about this?
I didn't.
Okay, and did you know who the baker was, or did he identify who this person was?
No.
Okay. (101), please, Adam. Thank you, Adam. Hey, Dan, can you open up your book to proposed exhibit 101, please?
I'm there.
Okay. And are you familiar with what 101 is?
I am.
And is it an audio clip?
Yes.
From where?
Dino's Diner.
Okay. Have you listened to it?
I have.
Have you read the associated transcript T?
I have.
And does the transcript accurately reflect the statements made in the audio?
It does.
Okay, I'm going to move for, and generally speaking, what is the audio?
Barry Croft adjusting that we need to go after governors for destroying the country, the nation.
Going to move for admission, please, the proposed Exhibit 101 and 101T.
Mr. Hunter,
No comment.
Mr. Simon,
Thank you for your patience.
Mr. Brown. 101 and 101T will be.
Generally, like we're out here training and whatnot, right? You know why we're training. You understand why we're here. I mean, everybody's on the same page as far as why we're out here doing all these things. And you get that the people that are paid to do it aren't doing it, and that's why we're here, right? So at some point, we're gonna have to clear the rubbish out of the way. The main people that have been getting, recognition for service that's not been provided. I don't mind if they come up out of there and they say, hey, we're good people, we signed on to provide service. We want to bring you that service. Now is the time where that separation has to occur, because these governors are destroying this nation.
Hey, Dan, I want you to turn in your book, if you would, please, to proposed Exhibit 102. You familiar with that?
I am.
What is that?
It's a continuation of that with Barry Croft. Continue talking.
Audio clip, is that correct?
It is.
Okay, and are you familiar with the proposed Exhibit 102T, the associated transcript to that clip?
I am.
Have you looked at the transcript?
I have.
Does it accurately reflect what's said in the audio?
It does.
And generally speaking, what is occurring in the audio?
Barry Croft states that he's sick in November's and he's waiting for a cold December, cold winter.
Okay. Move for admission on 102 and 102T, please.
Mr. Hunter, Mr. Simon,
Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Brown.
No objection.
102 and 102T will be.
How many Novembers have we come to? In the time I've been in this movement, we've been looking at pivotal November. Man, I'm sick of looking forward to November. Man, I'm looking forward to December. I'm looking forward to a cold, hard winter. And I'm going to bring that up. I'm sick of being on our heels, man. That's why they're doing all this shit, dogs. Because they can. Unimpeded, unmolested. They're not contested at all. Proposal. Fucking hit that.
And before we break, Dan, can you take a look at proposed Exhibit 103, please? You familiar with that?
I am.
What is it?
A conversation between myself, Adam Fox, and Amanda Keller
Okay, where does it happen at?
near the Dino Center.
Okay, and is there an associated transcript 103T that you've looked at?
There is.
Does the transcript accurately reflect the audio?
It does.
Move for admission on 103 and 103T, please.
Mr. Hunter, Mr. Simon,
Stand on the objection.
Mr. Brown.
No objection.
103 and 103T will be.
Okay, fourth paragraph from the bottom, Mr. Fox is describing a meeting with Bill by June, right?
Yes.
Okay, give me just a second here. Can you go back to 83, please, Adam? This is 83, Exhibit 83 that we looked at a little while ago. And this was a wire chat, is that correct?
That's correct.
Spread between 2 days, June 30th and July 1, right?
Yes.
Okay, and in the the June 30th message, Deansy is who again?
Adam Fox.
He states, haven't heard much from out of states, meeting MLM bro tonight to chat, correct?
Correct.
And then the next day you ask, how'd the meeting go? Good, no brothers on board. And then he ends this with just a 2-man addition, bro, but they down and want to train with us coming to Wisconsin. So you'll meet them there. Then there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Probably a good time to take a break, Judge.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning break. Just so you're all aware, I'm sure everyone's noticed it's a little hotter today, but it continues the trend from the weekend. So we'll probably take a little more frequent breaks this afternoon just to give everybody a chance to take a break. Obviously, water and all that kind of stuff. So all rise for the jury. Okay, everyone can be seated. The record can reflect the jury's out of the courtroom. It took about 10 to 15 minutes. Mr. Ralston, anything for you before we take a break?
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
No, thank you.
Mr. Meyer?
No, you're not.
Okay, we'll be in recess. Thank you.
One oh one, 102, 103, when you were done, the judge.
Everyone can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Judge. Hey, Dan, if you can turn in your book there towards the end, proposed exhibit. Actually, yeah, proposed exhibit 257. 257. Dan, can you tell us what that proposed exhibit is?
It's a conversation with myself and Adam Fox about him creating a kill squad.
Okay.
Kill squad?
Where'd this take place at?
In Cambria.
Okay. And who else was there?
Lou Keller,
Okay.
myself, and Ty Garvin.
Okay. Is there an associated transcript 157T that goes with that audio?
There is.
Have you looked at the transcript?
Yes. Yes,
Have you listened to the audio?
I have.
And does the transcript accurately reflect what's said in the audio?
It does.
Going to move for admission, please, of 257 and 257T.
Mr. Sutter?
Stand on the objection.
Mr. Barr?
Thank you, Your Honor. Our evidence book indicates exhibits 257 and 258, they're audio only, transcript. I just wanted to check into that and see if they would give me a transcript. I have 258 for the transcript, but not 257.
I have a copy of 257T. Mr. Wilson, do you all have an extra copy? Mr. Barr?
I sure did, Judge. Judge, I think we dispersed these last week. And in fact, I'm missing where mine would be too, because I think I handed it out last week.
Mr. Wilson, if you go to approach now, you can.
Sure.
That's proposed 257T.
As a matter of fact, you want me to make a couple of quick copies?
You all have it in yours. Okay, you can just get that to Mr. Barr.
And then on the break, I can make some more copies, Judge. Okay.
I need to know just for one, the lady said Cambria, is this at some point during the day, Cambria, the diner, or the APX? I'm sorry.
Sure.
You got that file.
Yeah, where does this conversation take place, if you recall, Dan?
Dino's Diner.
Okay, okay. And, okay. And I'm sorry, did the court,
You can hang on to that copy. Sure. Yes, that's the way I understood it, since we're all doing it.
we will.
Want to jump to this?
Okay. 257 and 257T will be the.
Thank you.
Ruby Grove, and you want to Ruby Grove, you guys over serious cases. We are together, we're training together, we're on the same thing, so like a fluid wheel. We got, 4, 5, 6 main teams that are together. And we start on things, and we get together 4, 5, 6 teams, and then 4, 5, 6 teams together. And then we build and block.
Okay. Adam, can you bring up 105, please? I'm sorry, 105. Dan, what is this?
It is a group photo after the training in Cambria,
What day, if you remember?
Saturday night.
Okay. Is Bill Knoll in that photo?
Yes,
How about Mike Knoll?
yes.
Here's a laser pointer. Can you point him out for the ladies and gentlemen on the jury, please?
There's Bill Knoll right there, and Mike Knoll is right there.
Who's standing in front of Mike?
It's, Adam Fox.
And who's the gentleman to the left of Adam Fox, and Adam Fox's left?
So right here,
Yes.
that is myself.
Okay. Members of the Wolverine Watchmen, are any of them in that picture?
They are, yes.
Can you show us, point them out for us, please?
Daniel Harris, Caleb Franks, Ty Garvin, Brandon Caserta.
And they're all based out of Jackson County, right?
In the vicinity area, yes.
Okay. And this is in Cambria, Wisconsin, right?
It is.
Okay. Adam Fox, he's from where?
Grand Rapids.
Okay, and he's in Cambria, Wisconsin, right?
He is.
Hey, is Barry Croft in that picture anywhere?
He is.
Where's he at?
There's Barry Croft.
Got the 3 fingers up with the tricorn hat on?
Yes.
Okay. And where was he from again?
Delaware.
Okay. Okay. I want to move forward in time, if we could, to the 27th of July and ask if you had a meeting on that day with Mr. Fox.
I did.
Where did it take place at?
The back shack again.
And what led to that meeting?
Just a continuation after the Cambria training, the FTX there, and Adam wanted to grow and develop his numbers more.
Okay. And who was at that meeting?
Myself and Adam Fox.
And where did it take place at it again?
In the basement.
Same place as before?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just the 2 of you down there that time?
Yes.
Okay. And what was I'm going to play a couple of exhibits here for you. Can I have exhibit 110, please?
want that side, and you must know, that was inclusive.
That occurred downstairs in the back shack on the 27th of July.
It didn't.
Okay, can I have 111, please?
I got a couple of, they're smaller, games balls, things like that.
What's Mr. Fox talking about here, Dan?
The amount of personnel that he has for his kill squad.
Okay, can I have 112, please?
Well, I don't feel like. It's pretty, yeah, I mean, it's less people around, so, in a way, personally, it's. Oh, no, it's not the idea, maybe it's hard, fuck that. Stop doing the fuck that, man. It's that, we're going to have to, but it's exactly that's,
Who's the she Mr. Fox is referring to?
The governor of Michigan.
Okay. Okay, let me take you now to August of 2020, Dan, if we could. And did you attend a training in Munich?
I didn't.
That's in Jackson County?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and again, just to remind the jury, what's that property? How's it, is it connected to any group?
The Wolverine Watchman.
Okay, and who lives there on that property?
Joe Morrison and Pete Musico.
And this is where the Wolverine Watchman train?
Yes.
Okay. When you, did you go to a training there on the 9th of August?
I didn't.
And besides members of the Wolverine Watchman, did anybody else attend?
Yes.
Who's that?
Adam Fox and Sean Fix.
Okay. And Sean Fix, just remind us, who's he again?
He was Adam Fox's XO.
Okay. Did he profess to have military experience?
He didn't.
Okay. And as time went on, what happened to Mr. Fix?
As far as his
Participation, his,
it phased out.
okay. Okay. Can I have 118, please? And you can go ahead and play that, Adam. Thank you.
When I did teams, I did ops, we had 7, 8. I got the word on the we have a lot more intel. Small. A lot of guys that I'm not sure up yet. I'm in Center Heights. You do take the time. They don't want to have people who take the fall off this year, but you do it. Listen, are you on board? Yeah. Oh, we're good. That one's too fucking late. And then all we're doing is Friday night. So we need to be very careful on how we do it, because what we do may spark off something, pull something there.
Scroll, Adam.
Now that's the way we want to. We don't want it to go the wrong way. How else can we put out a positive image that we're not doing this to fucking terrorists, but we're doing it that concern for my life. Give up the whole image thing, dude. Just know what I'm talking about. You always give the one somebody started. Once the rebound comes back, I don't know, maybe 8, 7, 8 at the most. 8 at the most. 8 at the most. No more than 8. If we're gonna do too many, we're gonna need to figure out there, we're starting to worry about too many guys with boots on ground and, you know what I mean, so.
Dan, help us to put this in context. I mean, what's being talked about here?
building teams up to go after the governor. So they're making sure that Joe Morrison's on board with the plan, that he's stating that he's down with it. And then Sean Fix is saying how many teams they need to have collectively to initiate their plan.
Okay. And earlier this morning, I think you told us that Adam Fox had originally thought about attacking the Capitol, right?
He did.
Is the plan changing at all by this time, and then, in early August?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
It's going from the Capitol to now her northern residence, so her house.
Okay. Let's go to August 29th, Dan, 2020. That day, does it stand out in your memory?
It does.
Okay, tell us why.
Myself, Adam Fox, and Eric Maltor went up and surveyed and provided surveillance of the governor's house in the vicinity area.
Okay. Who drove?
I did.
Okay, and how did you know that you were going to be doing this?
Well, per conversations with Adam Fox through Wire, that he was wanting people to locate and do reconnaissance and surveillance on the 3 target locations. So 1, again, being the Capitol, 2 being her residence, and 3 being Mackinac Island. My understanding was the number 3 location had already been done, and now we're going after her residence.
Her residence where, in Lansing or in northern Michigan?
Northern Michigan.
Okay. Did tell us, what the plan was with Adam Fox before you left? And what was told to you that you were going to do that day?
Just going to be surveillance, finding out her address, where it's at, and then the general vicinity layout of the environment of where she lives.
Did Mr. Fox tell you if anybody else would be joining you?
He did.
Okay. Did he tell you who?
Yes.
Who was that?
Eric Malton.
Okay. Did you drive that day?
I did.
Why did you drive?
Again, so I can control my environment. If we were to have a traffic stop with law enforcement, then that would be first contact, and for means for myself to provide a way out.
Okay. About what time of day did you pick up Mr. Fox?
It was around noon.
And where'd you pick him up from?
From the Vac Shack in Grand Rapids.
Where'd you go from there?
North to Cadillac, to Eric's residence.
Okay. You talk about Mr. Molitor, who sits in court today.
I am, yes.
Okay. Tell us what happens when you get there.
So when we first arrived, he wasn't there. We introduced ourselves to his mother. Shortly after that, he showed up. Adam and Eric, they smoked some weed. Eric brought out an RF detector and was describing the functions of that. And then we got into my vehicle and made our trip north.
Okay. And the trip north being to what city?
Elk Rapids, I believe.
Okay. Here in Antrim County?
Yes.
Okay. And when Mr. Molitor got in the vehicle, was he informed of anything by Mr. Fox?
That we were going to be going up and surveying the governor's location, her residence.
Okay. And what was Mr. Molitor's reaction to that?
Initially,
Yeah.
he was trying to probe for questions of what are we doing, where we're going. And then as that developed, he became more and more involved in the conversation.
Okay. When Mr. Molitor got in your vehicle and you had a pickup truck, 4-door, is that correct?
I did.
Okay. Which seat did he occupy?
The passenger rear, so behind Adam.
Okay. Did Adam have a gun that day?
He did not.
Did you have a gun that day?
I didn't.
Okay. You have a license to carry a concealed pistol, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Molitor, he had a license too, I believe?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Molitor have a weapon in the vehicle that day?
He did.
Okay. In terms of, you're the only other person armed in the vehicle besides Molitor, right?
Yes.
You're driving, right?
I am.
Okay. In your mind, who has the tactical advantage, you or Mr. Molitor in that environment?
Mr. Malter.
Why?
Well, I'm driving the vehicle and he's to my right. So if he were to draw his firearm, I cannot remove my firearm, right-handed individual, and potentially engage him as a threat, where he has not only the element of surprise, where I'm maintaining control of the vehicle, but a better line of sight on myself.
Did Mr. Molitor do anything or say anything during the time that you were with him that day that led you to believe that he was scared or reluctant?
No.
Okay. So you come up to Elk Rapids, is that correct?
Yes.
About how long of a drive is it from Mr. Molitor's house near Cadillac to Elk Rapids?
Maybe an hour?
Okay. Was there any discussion that day during the daytime surveillance about different law enforcement agencies?
There was, yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury about that, please?
So the discussion was bringing up the response time, who was in the vicinity, whether it be county or state, where the locations would be at, and how long it would take them to get to her residence or the vicinity of that.
Okay, who discussed that?
Adam Fox and Eric Malton.
Okay. The about how long? Well, let me ask this: were you eventually successful in finding the governor's cabin?
We were, yes.
Okay. And can I have Exhibit 138, please? Hey, Dan, what do we see there?
So that's the right profile of my face, looking out the driver's side window to the governor's house and her garage.
Okay. And is that her driveway there at the bottom of your window?
It is,
Okay. That's how close you guys got that day.
yes.
Okay. Any video shot during any time that you were on her street?
There was, yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about that?
Eric Malton had made a slow motion video going from the north to the south of her residence.
Okay. Do you know, did Mr. Fox say anything to Mr. Molitor before Mr. Molitor did that?
He did. He instructed him to put the camera phone up to the window to record the video.
Any reluctance by Mr. Molitor at that point?
No,
Okay. Now, Mr. Molitor is still in the back seat,
he is.
still armed with his gun?
Yes.
Okay. And how long are you guys around the Birch Lake area that day? You said you picked up Mr. Molitor in Cadillac about 12, and then you said it was about an hour drive north to Elk Rapids, I think, right?
That's correct, yes.
So, like, how long, let's just put it this way, how long are you guys in the county for, in Antrim County?
2.5 hours or so, 3 hours.
Okay. Stop and eat?
We did
Whereabouts?
the Red Bull Oasis. It's a tavern there.
Okay. Where's that at from the lake?
The southeast portion of the lake.
Okay. We'll come back to that in a minute. When you're with Mr. Molitor at lunch, is he saying anything or doing anything that makes you think he wants to get out of there?
No.
What is he doing?
He's communicating with Adam. Adam's drawn a map of the vicinity of the area and labeling the roads. And Eric had mentioned that he wanted to see, or if we could see, the vantage point from the tree line on this side where we were at, to the southern east portion of the lake to the residence.
Okay. Hey, when you guys go to lunch at the Red Bull Oasis Tavern, what do you do with your gun?
Myself and Eric, we store it in my glove box compartment, so we lock it in the truck.
Okay. So you saw his gun on in his possession that day?
Yes.
Okay. After Mr. Molitor took that slow motion video from Mr. Fox, did Mr. Fox look at it?
He did.
What was his reaction?
Very animated. He was pleased with the video and the quality of it that Eric had taken, and was excited.
Okay. Can you queue up 151, please, Adam? I'm sorry, 150, my mistake. Is that the slow motion video we just talked about?
It is.
Okay, and can I have 151, please?
Check the site. Stand by for go. 3, 2, 1. Get going. That's up. Make sure that yeah, it's good. No, you good? Oh, that was beautiful. It went up so long, like just that. Let's go. Which one now? Make sure you got it. Really slow here. Okay. I think that's pretty fucking solid. Yeah. Copy that. Good job, brother. Good job. That's a goal on table for sure. Okay. Copy that. So you know, I got here now. We're gonna go look on the other side and look at if I got you. Is there a beach over there? Maybe. Let's go see if there's a beach over there. Okay. That's pretty good fucking. That's normal. A good idea. Yeah, you got pretty good trick on it right there. It's good and fuck on that thing with the slow man. Oh, we don't hear that back again. No. In fact, we get his life. Yeah, you know. We made mine 4 times.
Is that accurate? You guys drive by it 4 times?
Yes.
That one day?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have exhibit 4, please, Adam? Hey, Dan, in that conversation, Mr. Fox is talking about going to the other side of the lake and some things like that, right?
Correct.
Okay, take a look here. In the time, that you're up around Birch Lake there, how long are you in the Birch Lake area?
We're getting about 2.5 hours or so.
Okay, what are you doing during that? I understand you had lunch, and lunch had to occupy some time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, besides when you were dining at the Red Bull, where are you guys driving? What are you doing?
So initially, when we first got there, we didn't have a hard address for it, so we were driving around. They were looking up news articles, trying to find her address. When they did, we had a good portion of 31 already mapped out from driving through there, and then we got the eyes on her location, and then continued to drive around the lake and up to the boat launch. Got out of the vehicle from there, was looking south towards her residence, and then got back in the vehicle, and then drove through the secondary side roads to the east of the lake, seeing if there was other avenues of approach from that side of the lake.
Okay, You know, I asked you earlier about if Mr. Molitor did anything that made you think he was either scared or reluctant. Do you remember those questions?
I did.
When you were at the Red Bull and you guys got out, you left your firearms in the glove box. Any time while you're outside before or after dining, what did Mr. Fox and Mr. Molitor do?
They smoked weed.
Okay. Did you guys ever go west of 31?
We didn't.
Tell us about that.
So again, when we first arrived up there, we were looking for her building. We had a brief description of where it was at from Sean Fix, and it was on the Michigan side. And that's where we came in to the avenue off of 31. There's a little canal there.
You can use that laser if you want, if it helps you.
So when we came off of 31 here, we made the left and traveled up and down this road. This corner right here, there's a little footpath that would take you up to and then down a staircase to Lake Michigan.
Okay.
Now, we didn't get out of the vehicle on that footpath right there. We just located the path itself.
Okay. In terms of the east side of the lake, do you guys, what areas did you guys cover over there?
So I'm not sure this road here, but this takes you all the way up to the road to the boat launch. But all these secondary roads, we went up and down them looking to see if there was any kind of ingress or egress from the lake for like an avenue of approach.
Those streets there, they run primarily east and west, I think, right?
They do.
And what's in those streets? I mean, is it commercial, residential? I mean, tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury, like the area you guys were in that day.
It's residential, though the roads are very narrow. A couple of them, they weren't even a road. We were driving down some of these driveways, so we had to turn around and make our way back up to the hardball of the main road there.
Okay. Fox is in the front passenger seat when you're doing that?
Yes.
Mr. Molitor's in the back with his gun?
Yes,
Okay, and you're driving.
I am.
Who's giving directions about where to go and what to do?
Adam.
Okay. Okay, Dan, let's turn, if we can, to the month of September, okay?
Yes, sir.
Was there an FTX that month?
There was.
Who put it on?
Ty Garvin was at his residence or his cabin in Luther.
Okay. Is there a cabin on the property?
There's a pull-behind trailer for going camping.
Okay. What was the purpose of the training?
A continuation of the training that went on in Cambria, Wisconsin. So there was another kill house, a medical lane, some land navigation.
Okay. What day did you arrive there?
I believe it was September 11th, so that was a Friday night, so late that night.
Okay. And did you drive again?
I did.
Okay. And before this FTX in Luther, had you met a gentleman by the name of, or the handle of Red?
I have.
Okay. And tell the ladies and gentlemen what Red is.
He's an undercover FBI agent.
Okay. Where'd you meet him at?
The Flint residence office for the FBI.
When did you meet him? What month?
I think it was June, July.
Okay. And what was the purpose of meeting him there?
A meet and greet, so identify who he is, who I am, and then kind of getting a backstory of who or what he would be as a friend of mine.
Okay, I mean, what was the idea? What was Red going to do? Did he participate in the FTX?
He did.
And in Luther?
Yes.
Okay, and what I'd like you to do is kind of explain for the jury, how he fit in.
So he was a friend of mine that I had met in Iraq. He was a ranger, and that we had done operations in the southeast province of Iraq. We maintained contact through the course of the years, and he was able to get explosives.
Okay, and did you bring this idea to Adam Fox?
I did.
Okay, tell us about that.
Adam was constantly seeking a baker or a person for explosives. So when he was the second time trying to do that, of reaching out and communicating with the individual, that I brought up that I have a friend that we had deployed with, and that he has avenues to getting explosives. He said that I should reach out to him and bring him to the FTX.
Now, to be clear, you did not serve with Red in Iraq.
No.
Okay, Red is he's a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, when you introduced him to Mr. Fox, when you introduced the idea of bringing Red to this Luther FTX, what did you tell Mr. Fox?
I said, hey man, I got a friend, we were in Iraq together. He can get explosives for us. If you wanted to, I can reach out to him and see if he would be willing to come to the FTX. Adam said yes, invite him.
How long did Adam have to think about that before he said yes, Dan?
Immediately.
Okay. Did Red come to the Luther FTX?
He did.
And did you introduce him to Adam?
I did.
Okay. And tell us about the first day, Saturday's training. What was going on at the FTX in Luther?
The weather was very inadequate, so it was raining quite off and on. There was a large meeting that had taken place, just breaking up what was going to be going on for the course of the day. Barry Croft had put that on. And then we went into some training drills, exercise drills for the kill house and shoot house.
Okay, they had another kill house there.
We did.
How was it set up?
It was manufactured with blue tarps, so it was easier to maneuver and make your rooms that you wanted. So they had a large square room and then an adjacent hallway, kind of like an upside down L, so they can practice gaining entrance to that room and then make an entry to a hallway, down a hallway, then what we call button hooking. So making a 90-degree turn to engage targets at the end of their fabricated hallway.
Okay. Did that arrangement change at all from Saturday to Sunday?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Again, the way they can construct it with the tarps, they can change the size and shape. So it went from a smaller room to a larger room for their kill house.
And was there any medical training like there was in Wisconsin?
There was.
What kind?
A lot of it was applying tourniquets, self-aid, buddy aid, how to position or maintain your IFACs, your personal medical components.
Okay. When you say first aid training, is that like combat wounds?
Yeah, this wouldn't be like I had
sunburn.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It's more of a trauma casualty from a gunfight or gun wounds.
Okay. Did Mr. Molitor take any active role in any of the training?
He did.
Tell us about that.
He had his like a medical bag. I'm not sure if it was on his body at the time, but he helped us with the medical or maintained a presence with the shoot houses. So there was a medic there because Paul Beller had left the state, so we didn't have an acting medic for the training.
Okay. The Wolverine Watchmen lost their medic?
They did, yes.
Okay. And was Mr. Molitor filling that role during the Luther FTX?
He was, yes.
Okay. Did he do that on Saturday?
I believe so, yes. Again, with the weather, and there was so many people that were around in the training exercises.
Okay. Did he do it on Sunday, if you remember?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. Does Mr. Fox attend the Luther FTX?
He did, yes.
And does Mr. Croft from Delaware attend?
Yes.
Okay. Does Mr. William Null attend?
Yes.
And how about Mr. Michael Null?
Yes.
Did they participate in the training on Saturday?
Yes.
Did they participate in the training on Sunday?
Yes.
When they were training, was Mr. Fox present?
He was, yes.
Was Mr. Croft present?
Yes.
When Mr. William Null participated in these trainings, did he have firearms?
He did.
Okay. Did Mr. Michael Null have firearms?
Yes.
While Mr. Molitor was acting as the medic, did he have any firearms?
He did.
What kind?
A long gun, so an AR-15.
Okay. What kind of weapons did Mr. William Null have?
Another AR-15.
Okay. And how about Mr. Michael Null?
The same, an AR-15.
The training in the kill house on Saturday, you talked the arrangement or the the layout of the kill house, you said changed from Saturday to Sunday.
Yes.
Did the nature of the training inside the kill house change from Saturday to Sunday?
There, yes, with the members that went up there, I feel that the nature.
Objection, speculation. I feel
701.
You're objecting on speculation because of that word.
he said, I feel, which means it's going to be speculative in his response, as opposed to what he observed and what he saw. Objection.
Okay, I'll sustain it to this point. Sir, I understand that we have regular phrasing that we may use, but your answer has to be based on only what you saw and only what you observed. Okay. So I think what we'll do is, Mr. Ralston, if you could perhaps ask a different question and any other objections, obviously, we have.
Sure. I'm going to withdraw the last question and ask this question. Was there dry fire exercises in the kill house either day?
Yes,
What day?
I believe both days. It's kind of like a crawl, walk, run. You don't just always go live fire into it. It's a build up. So even with the configuration of a new room, you're going to do training up for that. So it's a dry fire run through and then a live fire run through.
Okay. And did Mr. William Null participate in live fire?
Yes,
Did Mr. Michael Null participate in live fire?
yes.
Did Eric Molitor participate in live fire?
On the second day, I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Did he on the first day?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Was there a evening or nighttime surveillance on the 12th of September?
There was.
That's a Saturday, correct?
Correct.
Okay, tell us how this came to be. How did you get in? How did you become involved with that?
Adam Fox had wanted to get another eyes on since we had the daytime surveillance, and there was more personnel there with Barry Croft. He wanted to get another large body of individuals and go up and see the location at night, because your perspective is entirely different from at night compared during the day.
Okay. And was there, how did he do this? How did Mr. Fox assemble this team for that evening?
He went around and talked to each individuals who he felt were his operators and asked them if they were willing to go. And those were the individuals that went.
Okay. And were you asked to go?
Yes,
Okay. And did you drive?
I did.
Okay. When you left the property in Luther that evening, about what time did you leave?
Late evening, maybe 8 or so.
Okay. And whose vehicle were you in?
Mine.
Okay. And who was with you?
Red and Ty Garvin and Caleb Franks.
Okay. Where'd you go to?
We went south to a Super 8.
Okay. And the Super 8 is in what city?
Big Rapids, maybe? I'm not sure.
I didn't hear your answer.
I'm not sure on the exact city.
Okay. It was south of Luther.
Yes.
How far of a drive?
A good drive, 45 minutes or so.
Okay. And when you get down there, who do you pick up or what do you do?
We met with Barry Croft, Steve Robeson, and Brian Higgins.
Okay.
From there, we traveled north to a Walmart in Cadillac.
Okay. And what happens at the Walmart in Cadillac?
We meet up with Adam Fox and the Knoll brothers and Mark.
Okay. Are they in a separate vehicle?
No, they're in the same vehicle.
Well, I mean, thank you.
Yes.
That's a better question. Were they in the same vehicle?
They were, yes.
It's separate from your vehicle.
Correct.
Thank you. What happens when you leave Walmart? Where do you go?
We traveled north to Elk Rapids.
Okay.
First, we went to a gas station that was closed, and then we went to an Anvil, or a building to the left of the gas station, where members discussed briefly what was going to happen and got into their vehicles for the movement.
Okay. Let's talk about what happens there. Can you Can I have 210, please, Adam? Dan, does that look familiar to you?
Yes,
What are we looking at there?
that is the gas station looking towards the parking lot where we staged at.
Okay. And what happens in that parking lot, Dan?
We break up into the vehicles that are going to be going north. Adam instructs what vehicle is going to be doing what. And then he instructed me after, because again, it was inadequate weather. He was going from vehicle to vehicle, that the two vehicles would stop. So he instructed me to tell those, the drivers of those vehicles to wait about 10 minutes, and then they would be able to travel north. And that was giving us time, my vehicle, to look at the bridge on 31.
Okay. And did you move any instructions along?
I did, yes.
Okay. And why'd you do that?
Adam Fox instructed me to tell the other two vehicles they should wait about 10 minutes before moving out. That way it gave us time to look at the bridge. Adam wanted to get out and see the undercarriage or the underbelly of the bridge.
Okay. Did you, when you leave, who's in your vehicle?
Myself, Red, Adam Fox, Barry Croft, and Steve Robertson.
Okay. What are the instructions to the other two vehicles? What are they going to do after they leave the AmVets parking lot?
So one vehicle, Brian Higgins, was going to be the vehicle that traveled down the Governor's Road, and then the other vehicle driven by Mark was going to be like a counter surveillance just to see what kind of movement or if any law enforcement were in the area.
Okay. And who's in that vehicle? In that again?
With Mark,
Yeah.
the No Brothers, Mike
Okay.
and Bill.
Okay. And where do you go when you leave the parking lot?
So my vehicle, we travel up. Adam and Red get out. They get under the bridge, take some photos. We circle around the block, pick up Adam, and then we travel north on 31 and make our way to the boat launch.
Did you leave Red back at the bridge?
He was with Adam, so those
Okay.
two individuals got back in the truck, and we made our way north.
Okay. And where'd you go after they visited the bridge? And just, can we have 4 again, please? I'm sorry, that's not the one I was looking for. I'm looking for the Elk Rapids. Can you zoom in on that a little bit, Adam? The Elk River Bridge area is what I'm looking for. I'm sorry, this is exhibit,
It's the second page of exhibit 4.
page 2, exhibit 4, Judge. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Adam. The bridge that Adam goes under with Red, and there's 2 bridges in Elk Rapids there, right?
There is, yes.
Okay, which one are they under?
They're on this one here on 31.
Okay, fair enough. So after you pick up Adam and Red again, where'd you go? Where'd your vehicle go?
We traveled north.
Okay, can you zoom out a little bit? And where'd you go to?
So we traveled north on 31, and we made our route around the lake up into the boat launch.
Okay, and hey, during the day, I want to back out for just a second. During the daytime surveillance, you guys were at the boat launch, right?
We were, yes.
Okay, and did Mr. Molitor get out of the car while you were there?
He did.
Why don't you tell us what he did? I mean, what was it about?
The 3 of us walked up to the boat launch, the landing area. Adam was near the body of water, so I was able to get a photo of him. Eric was kind of walking around behind myself. There's like a sign that is like a description of where we're at or what's in the area there. He was off to my left, and then a female showed up. The 3 of us talked with her. Adam smoked some weed, and then we eventually left.
Okay, what was Mr. Molitor doing during that time that Adam was smoking weed with his female?
I know we talked for a little bit, but I can't remember the exact. He was near us.
Did he appear scared or reluctant?
No.
And was he up by the road, long distance away and standing away, or no?
No, he was near us.
Hmm?
He was near myself and Adam.
Okay. Okay, let's going back to the nighttime here. You get to the boat launch and what happens?
So while we're at the boat launch, the surveillance vehicle, or not the surveillance, the Brian Higgins' vehicle was making his travel up and down the governor's house. It had an IR illuminator that Ty Garvin had. They were going to try utilizing. Adam had some PBS 14, some night vision goggles that they were also looking at the governor's road to get eyes on the vehicle.
Let's take that one at a time. IR illuminator, why don't you tell us what that is?
So it's think of it like a flashlight, but at night it's infrared. So you can't see it with your naked eye, but if you have night vision goggles, it'll be able to pick that stream up. So what it does is it enhances the light for the night vision that you have.
That's the IR illuminator?
Yes.
Okay, and then the next piece of the puzzle would be the device that Mr. Fox had. What did you call it again?
It's a PBS 14, so they're monocular tube night vision. You can mount them on like a ballistic or some kind of Kevlar helmet for seeing at night. So he was holding that, looking south towards the road to see if they can get eyes on the vehicle. So again, with that, if the foliage or the tree is disrupting your light, your line of sight, if that might be limited, any kind of light that might be going up and down that road would be significantly enhanced with the night vision device.
What's the purpose of this exercise? I mean, why is this being done?
Per Barry Croft and Adam Fox is the continuation buildup. Michigan's governor had been the now target governor. We're at her residence, so it's the further buildup for targeting her house. We had a surveillance during the day. We had a video, so that slow motion that provides us avenue of approach. If there's any kind of concealment or cover, you can use that during the day and reinforce it at night. And now we have individuals up there with the night vision goggles finding the road and identifying potential avenues of approach from the boat launch.
Was it ever discussed about making an approach from the boat launch?
On the daytime surveillance, yes.
Okay. Did Adam ever say whether he could see Mr. Higgins' vehicle going up and down the Governor's Street?
Yes.
And did he say he could?
He mentioned that he had eyes on their vehicle.
Okay. Now, I think during the daytime surveillance, you said that you were around the Birchett Lake area for over 2.5 hours or somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
What happens after Mr. Fox says that he could see the car on Timberlake Drive?
At nighttime?
Yeah.
We then leave that location and we go over by the Oasis. There's like a tennis ball court there, and we met that vehicle, the signal vehicle, and waited for Mark's vehicle to show up.
Okay. Did all three vehicles eventually rally there?
They did.
How long were you there?
Very briefly.
Okay. Where do you go from there?
And then we went back to the Luther property. That was with a breakup. Mark's had a hotel in Traverse City. So we took 2 vehicles to Luther and they dropped off all the individuals that were staying there. And then Steve Robeson and Brian Higgins made their trip south to the hotel.
After the surveillance, did Mr. Higgins ever give you a thumb drive?
He did.
Okay. And what was on that?
The dash cam video of his vehicle going up and down the governor's house, or driving the roadway by her residence.
Did you turn that over to Agent Impola?
I did.
Okay. Let's talk about Sunday, the day after the nighttime surveillance. Did anybody have any explosives?
There at the property?
Yeah.
Barry Croft had manufactured an IED, so an improvised explosive device.
Okay. And I think he said he did that in Wisconsin, right?
He did.
But it didn't work.
No, it did not.
Okay. And the one that he made in Luther, did he try to set it off?
He did.
Did it work?
It did.
Tell us about that.
I was not present for the construction of it. I was off by my vehicle. I heard a pretty loud explosion, and then they had paper silhouette targets that were displayed afterwards, where it had been packed full of pennies and ball bearings to act as shrapnel for the targets.
Okay. Hey, after this FTX, you ever talk to Mr. Molitor about other people joining the group?
Yes, through Threema.
Tell us about that.
So Threema is another encrypted chat that they had utilized and moved away from Wire. And Eric had brought up that that he knew of individuals that we could reach out and communicate with to be involved with Adam's plan.
Okay, and this was after the FTX, right?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, Dan, did you ever ask the FBI for any money?
No.
I'll yield the witness, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think what we'll do is take our lunch break and then come back. It's 1:45. Come back at 1:45. Is that enough time for everybody? It's just under 2.
Yes.
So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break and we'll come back and be ready to go at 1:45. Okay. All right. Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, just as you're leaving, apparently the AC is actually on today, so if you can make sure the window is closed, that'll allow it to work and actually get relatively cool. Talk to the attorney real quick. Mr. Wilson, anything for you before we take a break?
No, sir.
Mr. Nunzo? Mr. Seibert?
No, thank you.
Or Mr. Barnett?
Under.
Okay, thanks. I'll see the attorneys real quick and then I'll see everybody back at 1:45. Thank you, you may proceed. Why don't you all have the ability to turn your cameras around. Sir, Mr. Ralston, why don't we keep it in the room? I'm just not entirely sure if there's anything we can cover on the record, so if you want to turn your cameras around for just a second, it may be real fast, but I'm not real sure. And everyone can see. Let's go back on the record then. Anything we need to pick up, if the record can reflect the jury is still outside the courtroom. Anything we need to pick up before bringing them back in? Mr. Ralston?
No, sir.
Mr. Nunn?
No, thank you.
Mr. Sada?
No, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Then I'll give you all just a second. Okay. All rise for the jury, and precautions are in place for this hearing. Okay, everyone can receive. Back, ladies and gentlemen, call the direct examination of the case for claims completed before them. We're going to be cross-examination.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dan. How are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
Good. I represent Eric Molitor. I'm going to ask you some questions. Indicated that you got involved in this in March of 2020,
That's correct.
and that you had seen some things online about police in harm's way, that sort of thing, correct?
Through the encrypted chat wire, yes.
Okay. Okay. And you took steps to talk to the FBI about that.
I did.
And your handler was Agent Chambers or Agent Impla?
I talked with both of them.
And who did you talk to a majority of the time?
It was equally the same.
Okay, and then when you've testified before, haven't you?
I have.
In fact, except maybe in Jackson, maybe in other cities, you've been testifying quite a bit about your case, right?
That's correct.
And how did you prepare for your testimony today?
I met with the attorneys.
Okay, fair enough. Did you review police reports?
I reviewed a lot of information, yes.
So did you review all of the police reports from Agent Impala?
I didn't see any
and Agent Chambers?
police reports. No, I don't recall any police reports.
Did you review video and audio?
I have.
And those were the exhibits that we heard this morning?
Yes, sir.
And as to your testimony in other courts, this testimony this morning would match up with that, would it not?
Yes, sir.
Great. You've indicated that you work for the post office?
A contractor, yes.
Okay. Are you a federal employee?
I'm contracted through the post office.
Are you, do you get a check from the federal government?
No.
So you work for a trucking company then, basically?
That's correct.
Okay. So the trucking company gets the check from the federal government and they cut you a check?
Yes.
Is that right? You make approximately $230 a day in your
Roughly.
job?
Yes.
In between 55 and 60,000 a year, if my math is right?
That's fair to say.
Is that fair?
Yes.
So you don't work for the post office, you work for a trucking company?
I'm contracted through the post office, moving mail for the post office, yes.
Okay. You are also a CPL instructor?
Up to 2020, yes, I have not performed any of those roles since then.
Okay, so you know all about guns, basically,
I know that, yes.
from your military service. Thank you very much, by the way.
Thank you for being thankful.
All right. You know about guns then from both your military service and your CPL work.
Yes, sir.
You know what ghost guns are, don't you?
I'm familiar with the term, yes.
Aren't those do-it-yourself guns? You can order from Amazon or wherever.
Not through Amazon, but through a manufacturer that makes 80% or they make 20% of the lower receiver, and you have to machine out the rest of the 80.
Okay. People make their own guns at home, don't they, all the time?
They can, yes.
That's been going on for years, right?
Not sure on the timeline for it, but yes.
Okay. So you don't think they're available just by going to Amazon.com?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Were you in the military police in the military?
As a military police, no. I served in a MP battalion for a brief amount of time through the reserve component.
Okay. And I understand you received some injuries. I'm sorry about those.
That's correct.
You had a traumatic brain injury, I understand.
That's correct.
And that affects your, how does that affect you?
At times, my short-term memory.
Okay. You're able to drive a truck though.
I am.
You're able to run a CPL class.
I am.
You're able to recall important details about the cases that you've been testifying on.
Yes.
Maybe had any issues with your memory on your testimony this morning?
Not that I can recall, no.
Not that you can recall?
No, sir.
Okay. And you tore some ligaments and muscles in your knee, right?
I have.
You were going to get surgery. You had an ATV accident, didn't you?
I did.
You didn't hit your head there too, I hope.
Same.
I hope you didn't hit your head at that time as well, did you?
No.
Okay. You were paid $54,000 here from the FBI, right?
Reimbursements, yes.
How do they pay you? Like, they cut you checks from the FBI? Uncle Sam? Give you envelopes of cash?
So like you go to Chase and you make a withdrawal and they put it into like a little envelope when you're leaving the office there. That's the form of how they would give it to me.
Okay, they pay you off with envelopes of cash.
And not like a vanilla envelope, just a little sleeve.
Okay,
They give anybody making a transaction through the bank.
all right. You get paid in cash?
I did.
You said you took a loss. Well, how much was the income you got out of that $54,000 versus your expenses?
I didn't look at it as income. It was reimbursement for what I was doing for the FBI. So I didn't gain anything out of it.
Well, you lost employment and they reimbursed you for that, right?
They compensated for my time, yes.
So that would be your income from your trucking over to money from the federal government, right?
I wouldn't look at it as income, no, but they did give me money.
So how much was the money that was over and above the expenses that you had?
I wasn't keeping track.
Okay. You didn't claim that, I take it, on your taxes, because you didn't treat it as income,
I
right?
claimed a portion of it on taxes, yes.
Do you know how much?
Roughly like $5,000.
Alrighty. So, was the rest $49,000 in expenses?
I can't get into, I don't know what you're trying to get out of. They compensated for me for my time.
Okay. But you didn't have $49,000 in expenses, did you?
Well, I lost employment time. I had a house that I had to sell, and I
Okay.
lost money on that. I had storage fees from October to June and July that I was paying on them continuously. Loss of value of my vehicle. I had to purchase another vehicle. Getting into the house that I'm in now, I had to put money down for that to get into the house. So I didn't profit anything off of this.
You sold your house for more than you bought it, didn't you?
So on paper, yes, I sold it more than what I bought it for. But after closing costs and everything they had to bring to the table, I was out about $4,500.
Okay. Your house was worth about, you bought it for $184,000-ish?
Yes,
Sold it for $200,000?
it's fair.
And isn't it true that the FBI got you a computer?
I purchased a computer and they reimbursed me for it, yes.
That was about $3,400.
Correct.
And you put a bunch of accessories in there, including a 2-year extended warranty. It made it $4,000, right?
I purchased that, yes.
And they paid for it, didn't they?
They reimbursed me for the receipts that I provided to them
And they
as
bought,
they requested.
I'm sorry. And they bought you an Apple Watch as well, didn't they?
I purchased a Samsung watch, and they requested the receipts for that, and I provided them to them.
How much was that?
I think the watch was about $500.
Okay. Your batteries were failing on your computer, right?
On my phone, yes.
On your phone or your computer?
My phone. That's why I got a new phone.
Okay, so you worked 17 weeks for the FBI, right?
No, I was with them from March to October.
Okay, 15 weeks?
From March to October.
Yeah.
No, I was communicating with them daily. And I was communicating with the individuals through the Wolverine Watchman or Adam Fox daily, every day.
Okay. You had to do that to keep accessible to them.
A like-minded individual for the group, and I was maintaining accessibility for the FBI.
You had to keep in touch. You had to act like them too. You had to go along with what they're saying.
I did.
Kind of the whole thing's a lie, right?
No, they believed and were committed on what they were wanting to do.
Well, you weren't honestly presenting yourself, though, were you?
I was presenting myself to them as a like-minded individual.
Okay, and that was fake, kind of false.
For them, it was real. For myself, I was maintaining that persona.
Okay. And you said you didn't continue as a truck driver during that time?
Say again?
You weren't a truck driver during that time, were you?
I was.
You still continued to work?
When I could, yes. That was my income. I was not dependent or relying on the FBI to give me any money.
I thought you testified this morning that you didn't drive truck the entire time you worked for the FBI.
There was days that I took time off, and then after the takedown, I took a substantial time off, yes.
Okay, so you continued to make $230 a day, and you got this $54,000 payment.
A large portion of that $54,000 came after the takedown for the witness protection kind of thing, yes.
And that's a good question. So you weren't paid until this was after October 7th?
A good portion of it was, I think, around, I'm not sure on the exact numbers, but it was around 25 or 26,000 came after that.
Okay. Were you in any other groups like the Wolverine Watchman, anything like that, militia groups, prior to finding them on the Facebook and joining?
No.
That was your first experience?
Yes.
You'd been basically out 10 years or so, 9 or 10, 11 from the military?
Yes, I worked as a firearm instructor, and I did executive protection, so I helped with that.
And you joined the page, the Wolverine Watchman private group, right? You got in the door.
On Facebook?
Yeah.
Yeah, the page itself was adjusted through the algorithm on Facebook from the other pages that I followed that were Second Amendment or conservative or libertarian leaning, and I just clicked on it and did that avenue.
That was their vetting?
I know the wired chat was their vetting.
That was their OPSEC?
That was a measure of OPSEC that they were performing. They were going from an open source on Facebook, but it was a closed group. So there's one layer of OPSEC, and then they're taking individuals going through a vetting procedure through wire. That's another layer of OPSEC, and then doing continuous training or mandatory training was another layer of OPSEC. So it was an evolution of maintaining and establishing OPSEC through the entire time.
Okay. But you as a total stranger to these guys pretty much made it in there without any trouble.
I answered the questions that they had, and I made it into the group, yes.
Yeah, it's pretty easy, right? Pretty easy?
The answers that I provided for them were adequate to what they wanted, yes.
Okay. And so their OPSEC was pretty bad, wasn't it?
No.
And their scratch that. When you were involved with these folks, they would single you out if you didn't go along with the group, right?
They have to others, yes.
You watched that happen to other people, didn't you?
I've seen other individuals that were removed from the group, whether they weren't showing up to training, or they were asking too many questions, or they weren't aligning themselves with their ideology, whether they were too pro-law enforcement, they were removed from the group.
Okay. And they were going to break up at one point, the Wolverine Watchmen, weren't they, during the course of this case?
How so?
Divide?
How so?
Joe Morrison? He walked away from this group at one point because of his wife, didn't he?
No, he never walked away from the group, no. He maintained communication through wire and other group pages that he was on Facebook. We've seen him communicating on there as well.
Didn't Paul Bellar leave in July?
Paul Beller did start up his own ghost group, yes.
And you were very tight with Paul Beller, weren't you?
I was, he was a part of the leadership through the Wolverine Watchmen, and we were collectively, we communicated a lot, yes.
Who's the brick squad, Dan?
Daniel Harris made up that chat, I believe, on Threema, of the main leadership, or some of the leadership that left the Wolverine Watchmen and were part of Paul Beller's group.
Okay, so there was a second group. The Wolverine Watchmen splintered. Paul Beller. Who was that? Who'd you say?
Paul Beller.
Paul Beller. Who else joined the chat?
Ty Garvin, Daniel Harris, and other members from the Wolverine Watchmen.
Okay, they wanted out from Crazy Joe, right? Excuse me, Crazy Pete Musical.
What do you mean they wanted out?
They wanted to get away from him.
Well, Pete was wanting to continuously go to protest and have his image out there. These guys were wanting to be more inclusive so they can further their plan. So they didn't want their image to be out there in the media.
So the Wolverine Watchmen were breaking up into
Well,
those two groups. The old
Pete
guys.
wanted the shadow group to develop. So there was like a two-front group going. Their image was going to be what Pete wanted to have out there. And then the shadow group, as Pete would call them, would be operational for them.
Okay, and Agent Chambers encouraged you to keep them together, didn't he?
No.
Who's in the bonfire chat? And what is that?
What platform?
What's the bonfire chat?
Maybe, I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay, why don't you remember that?
Because there was a lot of chat windows that were going.
Okay, so there's things you've forgotten about.
Trying to recall over 4 years a specific chat, who members might be in there.
So your interest in joining these guys was what?
I seen that they were a pro Second Amendment page,
Okay.
and that they were going to be doing training.
All right, weapons proficiency,
Firearm manipulation, yes,
that's something that means something to you.
it does.
You don't want to lose that skill, do you?
It can be a perishable skill set if you don't maintain it, yes.
And unfortunately, you were in combat in the Middle East, right?
I was.
You were given a high level of training,
I was.
not just basic training as we probably all hear about it. You had higher level training, didn't you?
I had training, yes.
And you became the marksmanship instructor for the Wolverine Watchmen, didn't you?
I assisted Paul Beller. He was their lead instructor. I assisted him at times, yes.
You became their lead trainer, though, didn't you?
I maintained and assisted Paul, and I performed tasks that either Joe or Pete or Paul put out directives for what would be going on during training.
Okay, so isn't it true between 1 to 2 weeks, not months, 1 to 2 weeks, you became a leader in this group?
I became part of their leadership.
Okay.
Yes, but not a leader.
Not a leader.
No.
You're the XO.
In June, and that lasted from June 3rd to the 28th when Paul made up his shadow group.
But weren't you in leadership within 1 to 2 weeks? You've testified about that in the
I
past.
was part of leadership, yes.
Okay. So within 2 weeks, you were part of leadership.
Yes.
But you weren't an XO, which is second in command until?
The June 3rd meeting,
Okay, so that was 2 months to get to that level.
fair to say.
Thank you. So tell me all the trainings that you conducted for them and what you did.
Say again,
What are the trainings you did for the Watchmen?
that I did?
Yeah,
That I participated in?
Yeah.
That the members were putting on and hosting per request and show with Paul or Pete.
Yep.
I attended room clearing, structure clearing, vehicle ambush, vehicle takeover. L-shaped ambushes were something that they were wanting to work on a lot.
Okay, but you conducted those as a leader, didn't you?
No, I was present for them, and if they instructed me to a portion of block that they wanted to put out, I notified the FBI on what they were wanting to do, and they instructed me not to do any kind of tradecraft secrets or anything that could further help them. So I would, with the helping out with Paul or Ty or whoever was leading this group, maintain like a safe procedure in how they're conducting themselves. So there was not an accidental discharge or a negligent discharge.
Okay. In other words, these guys, when you came upon them, you talked about 6 trainings you went to, right, in the morning?
That I had attended to? Yes, and they had, I believe, 5 or 6 prior to myself arriving there.
They weren't very well trained, were they?
They were. Ty Garvin was a a 3-gun competition shooter. Joe was in the Marines. Joe Morrison was in the Marines. Paul Beller was in the Army. Daniel Harris was a Marine. Caleb Franks was a very good shooter.
Right, but there's like 45 people in the Watchman, though, aren't there?
Yes, and that's why I assisted Paul Beller when he was conducting training. You have one individual helping out 10, 15, 20 people, whoever might be there. I would assist him so other people would maintain a proper level of weapon manipulation.
You've testified in the past that these guys were crawling around in the ground with their guns and they were going to shoot one another.
One of the requirements that Paul had people do, we would all line up on the line and do like a low crawl from like point A to point B. So it would check out the durability of your model gear that you would have fastened to your plate carrier. If your magazines would maintain positive control, if your sling would get caught up. So these were preemptive steps to make sure that your magazines or your IFAC or whatever you have on your body or your belt would be positive control.
So they were well on their way to shoot somebody by accident, right?
No.
Isn't that why you stepped in to help them
I
understand?
assisted, sir, with multiple people that were coming to training, and Paul Beller was putting on the training. So to prevent anything that might happen, whether it be a negligent or an accidental discharge, because you have multiple people in a very small confine of space, just to mitigate that, that's why I assisted him.
You have been given some admonitions when you were hired. Admonitions?
Yes,
Those are what? Are those rules, basically ground rules?
yes.
What were your admonitions? Excuse me.
Not to further plan, don't do anything illegal. Those were some of them that they.
Do you remember them all?
This was, again, 4 years ago.
Let me help. Can't break the law.
Correct.
Can't further their motives, I guess I'll use.
Yes.
Couldn't act like an agent.
An FBI agent, yes.
You got to be honest.
Yes,
You're a listening post, right?
I am.
How did you go from a listening post to doing other things?
Other things as,
Well, you rented a Suburban, didn't you, to take everybody to Wisconsin?
I did,
Who paid for that?
I did, and that was reimbursed by the FBI.
Okay. Agent Impola knew that, didn't he?
He did.
You weren't the only paid informant going on here, right? Throughout this thing?
I was not aware of other informants until after the takedown.
You found out about Steve Robeson afterwards, right?
I did.
You put up 258 photo.
That was the exhibit that was not.
The photo of was up on the board today of Wisconsin. Okay, sorry.
You need a group photo?
Yes. Did you get your laser pointer ready?
Yes, sir.
Steve Robeson in that picture too?
He is.
Where's that? He's the organizer of Wisconsin, isn't he?
Organizer of,
You've testified before that he's the organizer of that event, haven't you?
I can't recall what I said earlier. I know that this was a Wisconsin FTX training.
And he organized it?
I'm not sure if he organized it. I know it was put on through him and Barry Croft.
Okay, so he had a role in that. He had a role in that?
I believe so.
Haven't you testified in the past that he was the organizer?
I can't recall.
How much was Steve Robeson paid, if you know?
I don't know.
Was Jenny P. in that picture too?
I don't believe so.
She was there, wasn't she?
Yes.
And you took a group of Wolverine watchmen with an FBI paid car
Well, I paid for the vehicle or rented the vehicle, and the individuals that wanted to go there from the request that Adam had put out at the vac shack said that there was going to be going a field training exercise going on in Wisconsin. So Ty Garvin and Paul Beller was there, put out information to the group, and individuals that wanted to attend, they did.
Okay, so that's one example of, were you within your admonitions at that point?
I feel so, yes.
You weren't furthering their goals?
How was I?
So this was just a routine training, wasn't it?
This was a field training exercise that was put on in Wisconsin that members went to, yes.
Okay, it's just routine.
How was routine?
Routine not tied to any evil purpose, like going after a governor, a legislator, or
Well, there was an evil purpose there, yes.
Okay, so you furthered that by driving these people to this training, didn't you?
No, sir. At another meeting that we had with Paul Beller's group, I put out that I did not know what was going to be going on in there. I didn't know if there was drugs going on. I was not aware of what kind of stuff would be on there. But we knew Adam was going to be there, and it wasn't just going to be a family event.
Didn't either Agent Impala or Agent Chambers tell you that Steve Robeson was running this thing, organizing this thing?
I can't recall.
And did you act as a listening post there, or did you do more?
I feel I acted as a listening post, yes.
What training did you provide there?
I attended training there, and I maintained that people did not, again, have any kind of negligent discharge or an accidental discharge. I did not lead training.
What, you worked with Paul again?
Daniel Harris is running the kill house. So he had a megaphone or a microphone that was providing instruction to the individuals going through there. I was not giving directive on, hey, this is what we're going to be doing. This is what we need to be doing. It was maintaining a safe manner.
You're not to initiate any ideas, right? Any bad ideas, evil, criminal to the group.
Correct.
But you did, didn't you?
How so?
Well, I'm going to jump ahead, but didn't you indicate to the group at one point they should intercept the governor on her way to Traverse City?
That I should intercept the governor?
Yeah. That the group should
That kind
intercept
of
her?
language, no, I don't believe so, no.
You don't believe you said that?
No.
That hasn't come up in prior testimony?
That I should intercept her?
That the group should intercept her, and that's the way to get to.
I know there was talks in the second Ohio meeting where people were talking on avenues on how they can intercept the governor's detail.
And you suggested that, didn't you?
I don't believe so, no.
You suggested to shoot a 50 caliber rifle through either her home in Lansing or up in Elk Rapids, didn't you?
So Ty Garvin had suggested that we put a round through the
Yes
governor's
or
home.
no? Did you do that?
I'm answering your question, sir. The reason for a 50 caliber round that was brought up was I didn't know, Sean Fix had stated numerous times that he had a 50 caliber rifle. So during conversations with Adam Fox, I said, hey, what kind of platforms do we have? And the states that I had mentioned were the states that Adam Fox had been talking about during this time. So I'm conveying to Adam that I'm aware of his plan that he's wanting to do. And I'm also prying for knowledge from Adam to the FBI.
You're initiating a bad act by somebody and suggesting that they should shoot a 50 caliber rifle.
No, sir, it was Ty Garvin's round, our suggestion on putting a round through a window. Compared to what Adam's wanting to do, killing the governor, me saying, hey, like Ty said, Ohio put a round through the window. I don't feel that I'm furthering his plan. I'm pulling him back to a de-escalation platform.
Right, but you're initiating bad ideas and doing
I am
that.
not initiating bad ideas. I'm contributing to the conversation that's taking place with Adam.
But you agree you suggested that.
No, Ty had suggested that in numerous conversations in Ohio, and maintaining the conversation that I'm having with Adam, again, with him wanting to kidnapping and killing the governor, I said, hey, like Ty said, put a round through the window. And then the states that I followed after that were, again, prying knowledge from Adam to give details to the FBI. And if we do have large caliber rifles,
You know
what
what?
states are involved.
All right, sorry. Do you know what tannerite is?
I'm familiar with it, yes.
Was tannerite brought up in one of your discussions as well?
I believe so, yes.
And didn't you say we need to put some tannerite on the governor's cottage and shoot it, blow it up, and put a dent in her cottage?
I believe Tanner was brought up in that manner, yes.
You said that, didn't you?
I believe so.
And who'd you say that to?
Again, talking with Adam Fox.
You told Adam Fox? You suggested that's what should happen?
again, compared to him wanting to kidnap and kill the governor, trying to pull him back, and I'm just maintaining conversation with him as a like-minded person. If I'm not at least contributing to him either in conversation or showing up to training, I could be removed from his group.
So those were outside your admonitions?
I don't feel so now.
You went to, go ahead. You went to your agents and said, here's what I did. You've heard it on the radio and the surveillance anyway, right?
They were monitoring, yes.
And you were allowed to do that kind of thing.
I was maintaining a role for the FBI to monitor Adams, what he's wanting to do.
Why didn't you just say, let's go do a protest down in Lansing? That's
I
legal.
had said that before to Adam, and he said these will not work.
Why do you have to say anything to tell them these evil ideas?
Well, Adam had left the protest idea. That's why he's searching out the governor's address and wanting to do these acts of violence.
You weren't going, you didn't have to say those things, did you, Dan?
Say what things?
Tannerite putting a rifle bullet through her house, her cottage.
So again, I'm maintaining this role that is not my character at all for a person that has extreme hate for law enforcement and the governor. So as a way of protecting myself, yes, I'm communicating with Adam like that.
Okay. And that's well beyond a listening post, isn't it?
I don't feel so now. The FBI is listening to the conversation happening.
That's well beyond giving accessibility to these guys, right?
How is that accessibility?
You're giving them way more than accessibility to the FBI, right?
No,
You're you're initiating ideas.
not when Adam is
With the whole-
hosting the meeting, requesting me to show up, taking offset measures, removing my phone from my body, and having these kind of conversations. And I'm saying, hey, we can do this compared to killing the governor. I don't think I'm initiating anything with Adam. I'm maintaining a conversation with him.
It's totally appropriate to say that kind of thing to people.
I don't
Judge,
think
we've been around this bush about 3 times.
Mr. Barnett, let me go back to you.
You sent a message to your agent after that, didn't you? That said, how's my, something like how's, you told him you were building your resume, right?
I had sent that message, yes. I'm not sure what the previous messages were, but it was just a humorous joke.
Okay. That was not serious. You weren't really building a resume.
I'm not looking for employment with him now.
You would agree you made the Wolverine Watchman more dangerous.
No.
You were the person that invited Adam Fox, weren't you, to come train with them?
Are you referring to June 14th?
Yeah, the first time he came to a training, you
No,
invited
he
him.
had met with Joe previously from that. And I mentioned in my phone call with Adam, saying, hey, you should come to training sometime. It was not a formal invite.
Okay.
That all was done through Joe.
All right, so you suggested Adam join in with the Wolverine Watchman.
No, Joe was doing that.
It sounds like you just said you helped with that, though, didn't you?
How?
Judge, we're asking the same question of the witness multiple times. So I'm going to start rising and objecting to the same question being asked several times. And I'm objecting because he's already got the answer from the witness.
And they're both a threat to the government, the Wolverine Watchman and Adam Fox.
They are.
And the two threatening factions were coming together at that time, right?
In June?
Yeah.
They were communicating, yes.
Did you contact an individual from Virginia or who's Frank Butler?
Yes, he's a individual out of, I believe, Virginia.
What'd you have to do with him?
He was brought in from Barry Croft to a meeting, and he expressed that he wanted to kill his governor out there.
He's an elderly Vietnam veteran,
Yes,
and you sent, the FBI tasked you to give him a recipe to make a bomb with the ingredients, right?
he was requesting me to seek out materials and drones for an attack on the governor out there, yes.
And the FBI told you to do that.
No. Mr. Butler was seeking that out for me.
How did you get an ingredients for a bomb?
But I can't recall.
On April 30th, no one stormed the Capitol that day, did they?
There was talks of storming the Capitol, yes, leading up to gaining entry into the building, yes.
In fact, Adam's plan was to have 200 people to do that, right, at some point?
What Adam wanted to do with the Capitol, yes, was storming the Capitol, chaining the doors closed and executing hostages.
And that would take a 200-person crew, is what he said, did he?
That's the number that he proposed, yes.
Yeah, and what's his crew, about 5 at that point?
But if you're talking at the Capitol there on
Yeah.
the 30th, there was several hundred people there.
How many people were Adam Fox in control of? Was he in control of?
He said he had numbers, or MLM would be on board, the Wolverine Watchman. So I think up to about 25
Okay, so he's about 175 short.
for his 200.
Yeah.
Yes.
So these guys went through the doors with their weapons, and that's legal.
Leading up to that, no, they were going to be stacking up. They were splitting on the easternmost westerly sides, and they were going to breach. It was concerning for myself seeing what they were wanting to do.
Why did you contact the FBI and say, stop these people?
I believe that I did step back and say, hey, in a certain amount of time, they're going to be trying to gain entry into the building.
Okay, they weren't stopped though, right?
They weren't stopped.
They got in,
They were loving, yes.
and they went through the COVID stuff, and they were at least orderly in line,
Pretty good, yes.
and they can have guns in the Capitol.
Yes.
So they didn't do anything illegal.
No.
Did you know Adam Fox at that point?
No.
Did you know the Knolls?
No.
How are you telling us now that you saw them there because of their pictures?
I seen them there.
Okay. So Paul Beller was the initial medic for the Watchman,
Yes, sir.
and Dan Harris took that over.
No, that role kind of remained open.
Okay. Why was Dan Harris running the medical tent at Luther?
I'm not sure why.
You did some other things with the Watchman. What's a QRF?
It's a quick reaction force.
Did you go to Detroit with Paul Beller for a Black Lives Matter
I did.
protest? Anybody get hurt there?
Unfortunately, nobody got hurt. Or fortunately, nobody got hurt.
You indicated you met Adam Fox. Can you give me that date again, when that happened?
What day?
Yeah, when did you meet Adam?
Like officially face to face?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not the exact date.
You don't remember seeing him for the first time?
Seeing him or meeting him?
Meeting him.
I think it was June 8th, might have been June 18th.
Did you testify this morning you met him at the Capitol? He had his little shirt on and all that funny business.
Meeting him or seeing him?
Seeing him.
Yes, I seen him at the Capitol, and I met him at the Capitol.
You met him too, right?
I did.
Okay. You shook his hand, said hello.
Say again?
You shook his hand and said hello.
Yes.
And by the time in August, you were attempting to get several other people, weren't you, to go on the ride? The daytime ride?
Yes. What about it?
You attempted to get several other people to go, didn't you?
No, Adam Fox wanted members to go. We had a date set for a daytime surveillance. That got canceled for a Wolverine Watchman. When Paul left, he left some things behind that the police had gathered up at his house. So he reached out to us to have a meeting, and that's what we did. So we had to change the date from the initial date of the daytime surveillance to a second date.
Are you telling me Agent Chambers didn't tell you to maximize the number of people to bring?
Because the individuals were tracking aware of the surveillance that was going to be taking place. and to let them know that the date had got switched per Adam.
Okay, but the agent told you that, didn't he? Told you to maximize the attendance.
Yes.
It wasn't Adam Fox.
Adam was wanting numerous people to go.
So Eric Molitor was not on the list to go at that time, was he?
He was not a member of the Wolverine Watchmen. He was somebody that Adam Fox had brought on.
Well, he said he brought him on, right?
Adam brought him on, yes, and he came in.
Daniel Harris, Brandon Concerta, Ty Garvin, Caleb Franks, Michael.
Can we start over?
Yes, Daniel Harris, Brandon Caserta, Ty Garvin, Caleb Franks, Mickey Moray. All those were supposed to go, weren't they? On August 29th.
No, prior to that date, they were agreeing to go on that. We had a security meeting with members of the Wolverine Watchmen, so that initial date got changed. And then it was rescheduled for the 29th.
Okay, and Eric Molitor had nothing to do with any of this up until the 29th, did he?
I only know what members of the Wolverine Watchmen were doing. I'm not sure what the conversation he was having with Adam.
Okay. You recall on the 29th picking up Adam Fox?
I did.
And then where'd you go next?
From the Vac Shack, we traveled north to Eric's residence.
You said you got there around noon,
About right, yes.
so 12:13 would make sense.
Yes.
And you got out of the car and said, we're gonna make shit happen.
I don't recall or remember what was being said there.
Is that the first time you were at Eric's house?
Yes.
Do you know if that was the first time Adam had ever been there?
I'm not sure.
Did you see Eric Molitor at any time prior to that date? At any of these events, protests, rallies?
I can't recall now. That was the first time.
So, okay, you didn't see him at Rosa Parks Circle in Grand Rapids?
No.
Did you go to that one?
No.
So you guys went in the house,
Yes.
used the bathroom.
I did.
You what?
I did.
Okay. You guys started talking about boosting a car. Does that sound right?
I can't recall all the conversation that was taking place in that.
Okay. So, and the owner knew you were boosting it. Maybe I'll help you with this. And that was just going to be a training thing. Let's see if we can get a car out of somebody's driveway. Do you remember that conversation?
I don't remember myself suggesting that conversation.
Do you recall? You didn't remember talking about a four-man crew to pull that off?
No, I don't remember the conversation. If you
Okay.
could provide an audio or a transcript of it to refresh my memory, but I don't recall.
Okay. So you haven't listened to the ride up and the ride back?
I've listened to a lot of audio,
Okay.
and I'm trying to pinpoint a specific conversation you're saying.
So you could have been wrong this morning when you said Eric was talking about planning on the way up.
What do you mean?
You said he was talking about planning on the way to Elk Rapids, planning something bad.
Yeah, during our trip or the surveillance, he got more and more involved with communicating with Adam.
Okay, but you testified, I believe, that he was involved in talking about things like the police department and so forth on the way up.
If I said on the way up, I might have misspoken. While we were up there,
Okay.
he was engaged in conversation, yes.
And you also said that it happened in the tavern.
Yes,
So that would be right on that tape, wouldn't it?
it would, yes.
What did he exactly say in the tavern?
The Eric said in the
Yeah,
tavern?
about the police departments, the distance, logistics, anything.
In the tavern.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that conversation happened in the tavern. I know Eric said, I would like to get a view from this side of the lake in the tavern. Adam was talking very loud inside the tavern. So I was a couple times said, hey, shh, keep it down.
Sure.
So the conversation went from talking about that to Adam drawing a map and laying everything out. Eric and Adam talking about their security work and what they're doing and how COVID is affecting their employment. Leaving the tavern when we're in my vehicle, Eric got more engaged and was wanting to know, like, the sheriff's department, states, the police.
Okay, so he didn't say it on the way up, right?
On the way up?
He didn't
No.
say that stuff on the way up like you testified about this morning. You were incorrect, you misspoke, right?
So on our way up, while we're driving in the area, that's just how I communicate. On our way up to do
Yeah,
something.
it's
So
still
while
up.
we're doing it, Yes, Eric is communicating that he is on board with it.
Well, and that happened on the way up.
When we're in the area, while we're there, driving around the governor's house, he is contributing to the conversation.
Okay, did he do what you're doing, which is not arise suspicion, right? That's a pretty good idea, isn't it, for his safety?
I don't feel he's doing what I'm doing at all, no.
Well, you were afraid of Adam.
I was concerned about him. That's why why the FBI was monitoring what I was saying.
Okay.
And what Adam was saying.
You were worried. You were worried about your safety when you're with Adam.
I was concerned for my safety and other law-abiding citizens, yes.
Because he's dangerous.
Yes.
And you knew that when you had him in your car and you're driving up there.
And I felt with my presence with Adam, I could mitigate that danger to people, yes.
Okay, and you also know that it would be dangerous for Eric Molitor as well.
I viewed Eric as a +1 to Adam. Adam brought him in. So my danger and threat level was elevated with both Adam and Eric in my vehicle.
But you could put yourself in Eric's shoes and he would also have some concern
Actually,
about
what's
it.
the form of the question?
Well, it would be speculation. I mean, it's just,
When you met with Adam down in Grand Rapids, you made a point to not have your back, in a corner. You made a point to have an exit strategy at all times, didn't you?
In the Fact Shack,
Yeah.
the first time that I met him.
Yep.
So I'm down there with Ty Garvin and Paul Beller and Adam Fox, Amanda Keller, and another individual. So there's multiple people inside a very confined room.
Yeah,
Yes.
but you had him also one-on-one down there as well once, didn't
I
you?
was with him down there, yes.
And that time you were worried about where's your exit.
Oh, yes, I was.
And you are given a safety plan when you're driving up to Elk Rapids, aren't you?
I don't have a safety plan when I'm down in the basement by myself.
Okay. So, let's get back to Eric's house. Before you guys got in the car, there was a display of an RF drip detector, was there not?
Yes, sir, there was.
And Eric's bragging about his security toy, and look what I have, everybody, right?
Yes.
Did he turn it on and show anybody how it worked?
I can't remember if he turned it on at that point. He was showing Adam and briefly describing what it can do and its capabilities.
Okay. So that was before getting into the truck.
Yes, sir.
He didn't bring it with him.
I don't believe so, no.
So what happened when you guys got in the car, your truck?
And traveled north.
Yeah.
Adam talking vaguely and briefly about what we're going to be doing, where we're going.
Okay.
And then as we got closer to Elk Rapids, him and Eric were looking up news articles to try finding the address for the governor's house.
Okay. So whose phone was Adam using?
His own.
You didn't lend him your phone?
No.
Wasn't he concerned about OPSEC and having his phone used in that past?
So after we had left the tavern, I believe, Adam didn't want to give Google permissions for his location. So he had me looking up various things on my phone, yes.
Okay. So you also assisted in looking things up?
Per the direction of Adam. While we were driving, I couldn't operate my phone while we were driving. It's
Okay.
plugged in for the maps.
All right, gotcha. So Eric didn't find anything on his phone, did he?
I can't recall. I knew he was searching some things. He brought up some articles that he had read. Him and Adam were communicating on various news articles with the governor's house.
And you were aware that Adam was pulling up pictures of the cottage?
Yes.
Which pictures did he show you or that you're aware of?
I'm not too sure. Some were from news articles.
Okay. And you had access to a picture from May 22nd, didn't you, by being in the Watchman, that they put governor's address and her picture on the Facebook page?
I'm not sure if it was on the Facebook page, but I recalled that the address was out there. I did not provide the address to him, though.
Of course not. But you basically, you saw that picture before, haven't you?
I don't know if it was the exact picture, but I did not give Adam any photo or present him with an address.
Okay. And just asking if it was on the Wolverine Watchman page.
I don't know if it was on the Wolverine Watchman page or if it was on Wire.
That it was distributed amongst the Wolverine Watchmen.
It could have possibly. I don't know. I can't remember that.
So on the way up, wasn't there a request by Adam to swear in Mr. Molitor into his militia?
He had brought up the notion that he needs to get Eric sworn into his militia or his group.
And that's as a lieutenant.
He was going to make Eric a lieutenant up here, yes.
And how did Eric respond to that?
I don't know if there was a definitive answer on it. It just kind of went to the wayside, and with Adam looking for the addresses and Eric looking for the address and this overall drive.
Wasn't there an oath sent up from Sean Fix that Eric, Adam was ready to read Eric?
He had one, yes. Adam had taken that before.
Didn't Eric say, I don't want to, I've had a bad relation, said no, basically?
I don't remember Eric saying no to that.
You don't remember, do you remember Eric not taking the oath?
He didn't take the oath. It wasn't because that he said no. He mentioned before that he had issues with militias and everything, but
All right.
it wasn't no to Adam.
There was a discussion about Ken's group.
Say again?
There was a discussion about Ken's group on the way up.
10th group?
Ken. Did you hear anything about Ken and his group?
Oh, I might have. I can't recall.
Did you talk about Birch Lake on the way up?
It was brought up in discussion, yes.
Do you think, would you be surprised to know Eric thought he was going to Bel Air, Michigan?
I don't know what Eric was thinking.
You don't know if Eric was thinking he was going to see the Antifa or BLM groups that had migrated into northern Michigan?
No, there was nothing about Antifa or BLM being mentioned up there.
Eric, you didn't hear Eric say he soured on militias.
Eric has said that he would facilitate militias joining each other, that's the kind of role that he had acted previously on.
Okay, so who found the address and how?
If Adam eventually found the address, and that was going through news articles that he had searched up online.
He found her address on a news article.
Yes.
Okay. Didn't you testify before that he had an app in his phone?
He had apps on his phone, yes.
You had an app, the same one, the Realtor app, correct?
I had and have the Realtor app on the phone, yes.
Yeah. Did you put it on there for this trip?
No, I had the app on my phone.
Okay. Realtor.com by chance?
That would be the app.
And he had it on his phone as well.
Yes.
And he used his phone to find the address, didn't he?
Yes. He was looking up, again, news articles that he had found online.
And it's your position that these news articles had the address in there.
Yes.
Why would he be saying, is she age 49?
Those were the news articles that he was finding to try finding the address.
So he found pictures on that site, right?
On what site?
Realtor.com.
Realtor provides you with the address or the houses that are either for sale or have been sold.
Okay.
So once he had found her address, he was using that address to pull up the schematic and how many rooms are in there, which he was doing.
But Eric Molitor didn't tell him where the address was, right?
No, I don't believe Eric provided him the address. They were looking up the address.
And you weren't provided the address either.
I was driving.
You weren't able to have that because it put you in harm's way, right? With that.
My phone was plugged in and I can't utilize any kind of apps without so at the time the vehicle that I had, the phone had to be plugged in for Google Maps to be displayed on the dashboard, if you will. It wasn't something I could operate freely.
So you had small talk basically on the way up there.
About?
It talks about being vigilantes and helping people when the law enforcement aren't there. Do you remember that discussion?
About helping people? Not really, no.
And you still were not talking about the day's activities for quite a way up there, correct?
I'm not exactly sure when the conversation started going into obtaining the governor's address. It was about a 5-hour trip.
There was a discussion about the boating company and her husband and that sort of thing, right?
Say again?
There was a discussion about the boating company and her husband taking the boat out early.
That had been brought up, yes, early on.
And those are the articles he was looking at, right?
I'm not sure what articles he was looking at in order to get her address.
And you were fitting into that situation, not causing any suspicion to yourself.
I was trying to maintain a like-minded individual for them, yes.
And Eric was doing the same thing, wasn't he?
Objection, speculation.
I'll move on. So Eric didn't have the wheel in his hands. He's not the driver in a safety position, correct?
He's not driving, and I don't feel how a safety position he has, if you're talking like a threat, like continuum and how he can maneuver something, he's at a distinct advantage over myself if he were to do something.
He also can't get out as fast in the back, can he?
You can get out a lot faster than I can.
Did you talk about Zillow on the way up at all, or Realtor.com?
Realtor was mentioned, and then Zillow was briefly mentioned.
Okay. Did you see any pictures of the cottage on Zillow when that came up?
No, I think all the photos that Adam had been going through were on the Realtor app.
And Adam asked at one point to look up Reddit.
That might have been a topic. I can't recall.
And Adam recognizes the place and shouts about it. He found it, right?
He said that's it, yes.
No, I'm talking about on the phone.
Yes, when he said that's it.
Something about a blue mailbox.
I don't know if Adam had mentioned. I know Eric had mentioned a blue mailbox while we were going down her drive.
Okay. So I assume you plugged into your GPS and that's how it got you there.
Yes, after Adam provided me the address, I put it in, and that's how we got there.
And you set them up so they could have pictures of her cottage.
How did I set them up? So
You drove them up there.
Adam wanted to do the daytime surveillance. Yes.
Okay. And you are aware the FBI also gave pictures of Mackinac Island and that residence as well.
I know Adam had surveillance being done on the Mackinac Island.
That was provided directly to him as well from the FBI. Wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember Eric talking about his weight problem?
Briefly, that's how his name came to be barricaded. Was his name on there?
Okay. He's got some size.
Yeah, we both do.
Okay. And he talked about steroids on the way up, didn't he?
That's the insurance piece.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dan, do you recall a discussion about steroids, either in the vehicle or at the tavern?
I can't recall one. It might have happened, but I don't.
So at the tavern, you indicated that Eric said some things about, there was a discussion, that he said some things about the map and the drawings, police department stuff, all that. Could you tell us exactly what you heard Eric say?
Mentioning,
Calls for hearsay.
These are statements. These are loud.
Well, they would be hearsay, but if there are specific statements that contradict something he testified to this morning, then they'd be off the purpose of impeachment and they would be appropriate. So if there are specific instances.
Would they follow the same ruling that the court made regarding statements of this nature said by partners in crime, so to speak?
Relative to the focus group statements?
Yes.
No.
Well, I'm going to ask him, Your Honor, these questions because he's indicated there was a discussion. I don't know how else to ask him what was said by Mr. Molitor in that discussion.
Well, and that's why if a specific statement is referred to as if you feel it's different from the statement this morning, then it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. So it's not hearsay.
Okay.
It's being offered for impeachment purposes of asserted testimony. That's why sort of indicated hearsay cannot be used. However, being offered to contradict something he testified to this morning in a specific sense, then that's an impeachment.
Okay, I can handle that. Thank you. So you had some testimony offered this morning relative to the tavern, did you not, Dan?
yes,
You indicated that Eric made some statements at that time, didn't you?
yes.
Can you tell us what those statements were that you testified about this morning?
He had mentioned to see if they could see roundabouts, the like a vantage point from this side of the lake.
And that doesn't have anything to do with police departments, right?
At the tavern.
Right.
So when we were in the vehicle after we left the tavern, he was mentioning police departments.
Okay, and that's all right after the map was drawn.
Yes.
Police departments are all over that map.
I can't recall what was pinned on that map.
And that's after you told Adam to use Google imagery, right? You helped him.
As Adam was drawing the map?
Yeah.
I don't feel he was drawing the map. I don't know how I helped.
You told him to go to Google imagery. That's where you'll find the police departments, right?
No, through Google imagery, I don't recall that, no.
You didn't give prior testimony in that regard? Ever?
Google imagery?
Yeah.
I can't recall if I ever said that.
In court.
I can't recall if I had said that before.
Was Google imagery used to locate the police departments at the tavern?
At the tavern? I don't know if it was at the tavern.
Well, how did those things get on the map? The 2 minute.
They were searching them. Adam was searching them.
Okay, you say they, but it was Adam, right?
Adam was searching, yes.
Eric's eating his olive burger that you bought him.
He's eating. I'm eating, yes.
You bought him an olive burger and a pop. Right?
Yes, I paid for lunch.
Paid for the gas.
I drove.
Thank you. Was there a discussion about Menards in the tavern?
Menards,
Yeah.
as far as, I can't recall.
Security?
For like Eric, employment of security,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
I can't recall all of that. Again, we were there for, you're wanting me to remember long or specific conversations that have taken place from there.
Yeah.
He might have. I'd have to, if you have the audio or a transcript from it.
Okay. But you're testifying about other discussions though at the same time period though, aren't you?
Things that stuck out to me that I had listened to, yes.
Okay. Did it stick out to you that there was a discussion about Sam Riley?
The name sounds familiar. I can't recall what capacity.
And there was a discussion about shooting at that tavern, wasn't there? About dominant eye, right hand, shooter. You were teaching them there, weren't you?
I don't know what you're asking right now.
All right.
What's your question, sir?
Didn't you talk about a dominant eye and teach them how to line up a gun at the tavern? with your
Oh,
dominant eye?
Okay, I get what you're saying now. So it's, I don't know what the conversation leading up to it was, but yes, if you're left or right eye dominant, on how to distinguish which eye dominant you are. So if you make your hand into a triangle and look at a fixed position and bring your hands into your face, it'll tell you, or show yourself what dominant eye you are.
Okay, you remember that, but not the other parts that we've struggled with here, right?
I struggled with, sir.
Yeah, you don't remember everything that was said.
We were there for 5 hours, so there was a lot of conversations that were happening.
And you were at what, about an hour and 10 minutes at the tavern?
We had about an hour drive up and then driving around the vicinity and then getting to the tavern. So we might have been 2 hours, 2.5 hours in.
When was it that, Adam, was there a time where Adam was asking whether Eric was in or out on the mission?
I'm not sure exactly when that time happened. It had been brought up.
You don't remember if it was the way up or the way back?
I can't recall, no. I know it was mentioned out of stone.
And when was the last time you listened to the tape?
In its entirety?
Yeah.
The exact, I've gone over key bits of it through leading up to this. But in its entirety, maybe a year ago.
Okay. So after coming out of the tavern, you went by a couple more times, 1, 2, down and back?
After the tavern?
Yeah.
Yes.
And before that, you went down, back, down, back?
So the first time we went down and back, and then after the tavern, we went down and back. So a total of 4 passes.
Okay. So Adam took pictures how many times out of those 4? 3 out of 4?
I'm not sure how many times he took photos or videos from there. I knew that I was driving.
You knew he was taking pictures.
He was, and then he instructed Eric to do a slow motion video.
Okay, so 3 out of the 4 were Adam's pictures. 4th one was
I don't
Eric's.
know how many total that there was taken.
You saw that picture this morning, the nice picture of the house, right?
I did, yes. That was one of the photos.
And that would have been the same of a freeze frame, possibly of Eric's pictures, right? Of his video, rather.
No, Eric was in the back of the vehicle, so he had not been able to have that vantage point.
Okay. So Adam had a really nice vantage point, didn't he?
Well, in the passenger seat, it's his line of sight. That's why I'm in the photo. He had a vantage point going north.
Sure.
And then when we came south, that's the photo that I'm in. And then we made another pass where we went north and then came south.
Okay. You had a what, avalanche, did you say?
I had a pickup truck.
Okay, sorry about that. And what are the windows like in the back of that? Are they tinted by chance?
They're
They're tinted windows.
tinted, yes.
They're stock from the company?
No, I had aftermarket tint on the vehicle.
Okay.
Now, tint works looking into the vehicle, not looking out the vehicle.
Okay, I'm going to try to ask you questions. I appreciate the input, though. You say you got to the boat launch with these folks, right?
I did.
And I think your testimony was this morning that Eric came up to some sort of sign.
So if I'm on the boat launch myself here, Adam Fox would be at the table. Eric would be in the vicinity of myself, walking behind me, and then off to my left.
So you would agree that he would be on the wire that you had, right? Your recording device at all times down at the lake.
I think it was a little bit windy at that time, and that we were not shoulder to shoulder, but we were in proximity.
So you'd always hear Eric's voice when you're talking to Adam, especially when you're down on the shore, right?
If Eric would be talking, yes.
So isn't it possible Eric stayed back at the truck
No,
and stayed away from you two?
no, sir.
Why is he not in any of the pictures that were taken?
Because I was tasked with following Adam Fox.
Why didn't you take a picture of Eric if he was right by you down there?
It was a very hasty in the moment of taking the photo.
So he'd be on your tape as long as he was talking.
It would be yes.
And if you heard the tape and he's not, then how would you explain that if that were the case?
I heard the tape.
Objection calls for speculation.
It is speculation. I'm just trying to see if he's got, similar to misspeaking earlier about the
Wouldn't be sustained under.
So on the way back, there was some discussion about response times, is that right?
There was, yes.
And that's what, well, after the map and all of the information Adam got from the phone,
And driving by the governor's house, yes.
and you, by the way, didn't help him at all with that, did you?
In the means of,
Logistics of where's the police departments and so forth, you didn't do anything.
per Adam's directive, yes, I looked up the locations of the sheriff's and state police base.
Okay,
I didn't want to give Google exception or permission to view his phone. So he was performing OPSEC and delegating that to me.
okay, he's not doing a very good job though, is he? He's got his cell phone up around the antennas in Antrim County, right?
He feels he's doing a very good job of performing OPSEC, enabling his location,
He's not very,
having myself do it.
all right, he's not very bright though, because the antenna,
Objection as to the form of the question.
Oh, just ask and answer.
what site did you look up on to find the locations of those departments?
The site, I don't recall the website that I went to.
How do you find the
It was
police?
just a search for where they would have been located at.
You didn't look it up under Google imagery?
Google Imagery, no. Now, are you saying Google Maps or Google Imagery? Or what are you referring to?
I'm Google, let's just stick with Google.
I
Did you
used
look
the
it up on
map
Google?
application. The map on my phone is what I looked up.
And those maps show you where police departments are?
You can put in a police stations and it'll pull up like a 30,000 view image of where the surrounding or nearby police stations are.
Okay.
So if there's some close, they'll pop up close. If they're further away, it'll expand your map out and it'll show up to where they're at.
You had a discussion with Adam and Eric going back to Eric's house?
We had several, yes.
Okay. And there was marijuana smoking maybe 5-6 times throughout that 5-hour period?
There was one when we got to Eric's house after lunch, and then at the boat launch, and then at Eric's residence with his mother.
At least 4.
That they did. I did not take any of it, no.
I did say you did. And that involved the girl Patty that showed up?
Patricia, I think was her name, yes.
Okay. So it's true Adam had access to a lot of pictures of the governor's cottage, right?
As far as,
Lots of pictures that he got from online, his own pictures, the video.
he was doing intel gathering on the location, yes.
And he had realtor.com. Could you put up my D by chance? Mr. Agent Harris? Sorry about the lack of notice. Is that what Adam was looking at? Can you flip down a little bit on those, just to scroll through, please, for the witness?
Yes, sir, that's accurate.
So that's the site he went to, isn't it?
That was one of the sites that he was able to pull up after he obtained the address and put that into the realtor app, yes.
Okay, and that shows the inside and out of the house.
If there's photos on the inside, yes.
And that's the same kind of things on Google as well? Thank you.
If there's Google Street View, like the actual Google car goes on your road,
Yeah.
and there might be imagery of that. The realtor app is showing you photos that a realtor had taken for the sale of the house. So these were previous photos of when the house was up for sale.
So do you know if you looked at Google Street View, since Google was mentioned on the way,
I didn't look at Google Street View.
do you know if he looked at it?
I'm not sure what apps he was looking up to get the address or the location.
But you agreed he was looking at Google driving up and also in the tavern?
Yes.
Did you recall Adam saying on the way back from Mr. Molitor's home that he needed 3 or 4 more times recon going up to that location?
I'm not sure if he said that we needed to do more trips up there. I can't recall.
You don't recall that going back to Grand Rapids?
If it's on the audio, I haven't listened to it.
You don't recall from saying this is going to happen next year, next summer, next spring?
He was wanting to do a continuation of gathering intel, so POL, patterns of life, developing and further his plan.
You talked to Agent Impla and Agent Chambers about Realtor.com, the things he was looking up, I assume.
I believe so, yes.
You told him it was Realtor.com, didn't you?
I believe so. I can't recall the conversation that we were having with each other.
You give them accurate facts after you do your work, right?
Yes, and we're listening in live time.
You know if Eric ever got in Adam Fox's car again after that?
I'm not sure.
Back to the tavern, wasn't it you that gave Adam Fox the pen and paper to draw the map?
When we had gone past the governor's house, he said we need to write that down, and I had a pen and paper in my vehicle.
So the answer is yes.
I had a pen and paper in the vehicle, yes.
You gave him you can say yes, it's okay. Right?
Yes.
How did he find out the layout and the blueprints of the place?
Through the realtor app.
Okay, was there a blueprint or what did you see there?
A physical blueprint?
Yeah.
No, through the app, the realtor app. So it's like anybody wanting to purchase a house. There'll be whatever pictures the realtor takes, whether it's inside, outside, how many rooms, kitchen, and how big that dimension is. If it's a 12 by 12 master bedroom, a 10 by 10 secondary bedroom, if there's a basement. He was citing those and writing those. I don't know if he was writing them down, but he was mentioning those.
Okay, isn't it true Agent Chambers arranged and encouraged the ride up there?
Encouraged?
Yeah.
No.
Didn't Adam say a bunch of crazy things about Zionist bankers and people above the governor?
At what time?
At any time in this ride?
I don't recall any Zionists or bankers. It was a very long ride. There was conversations. If you want me to try remembering the entire ride, if you got some audio or transcripts that can refresh my memory,
Sure.
I'll do that for you.
Adam had a lot of emotion.
He was passionate about what he was wanting to do.
Talking constantly about government collapsing, right?
That he was wanting to do.
No, the government was collapsing.
That the government was collapsing.
Yeah, due to riots and things like that.
Oh, there was riots and going on, yes.
You know that after August 29th, 5 days later, there was a discussion with you and Adam about barricade, wasn't there?
There might have been. I don't recall.
You don't recall the discussion about the words stream ship? That's the topic.
With Adam,
Adam writing to you something about extreme
the
ship?
exact conversation, no.
You don't remember that?
The exact conversation, no.
You remember any discussion about Eric being a driver or even a medic?
He would be a driver and at talks, or was it being a medic?
Wasn't there supposed to be a discussion at the FTX to pull Eric over and talk to him about will you be a driver or a medic?
I don't recall that shaping up on the drive with Eric telling him that he was going to be a driver at the FTX.
Didn't you tell Adam that Eric's on the fence?
I can't recall what I said on that conversation.
Okay. You haven't talked to the agents about those things, or you just don't recall?
I can't recall what I said 4 years ago on that. It hasn't been something that I reviewed.
Okay, so we shouldn't count on your memory here today because it's been 4 years.
For that conversation, yes. On that specific day, I don't remember saying that or going back and looking at it.
You recall a discussion about being in or out of the mission?
With who?
Adam to Eric.
That Adam had a conversation with Eric?
Yeah.
Privately with those two?
In your truck?
So are we jumping around on the timeline? Are we going back from the 5 days back to?
We are back to the 29th, sorry.
So is this with Adam in the vehicle
Yeah.
or Adam or Eric after the vehicle? I'm trying to follow your timeline here.
Back to the 29th.
Okay. And what's your question, sir?
You recall if that was said at any time, there was a discussion about having Eric in or not.
I think Adam brought that up at I can't recall the exact timeline for that.
That's all right. You don't remember that important fact?
Sir, you're jumping around quite a bit, and I'm trying to follow you the best I can.
Okay, but we already talked about that. You said you didn't remember that either then, but I just wondered if it would refresh your memory. Do you know Brian Higgins?
I do.
Do you know him to be an IT guy?
Yes.
He's a hacker?
I wouldn't classify him as a hacker. It wasn't. I don't know if he's a hacker or not.
You know what his skills were, right? What he could do?
He was an IT individual.
Why was he a threat to the governor?
He drove by the governor's house. He was like-minded with what these individuals were wanting to do.
How about his IT skills?
Well, they could be very useful with what they're wanting to do.
Right. And Steve Robeson brought him in, didn't he?
I believe so.
And Higgins is the guy with the IR illuminator.
He had it in our IR illuminator. Yes, sir.
He had the goggles as well, the night vision goggles that went with him.
I'm not sure if he had night vision goggles. Other members had night vision goggles.
And on that second ride, Agent Chambers gave you guys the wrong address, didn't they?
Agent Chambers gave us the wrong
Yeah.
address? He didn't provide us with the address. I don't have the address.
You haven't testified before that Agent Chambers gave the wrong address.
I don't feel I've ever said that.
But you did-
Chambers had given us the wrong address.
You testified today that they just drove by the house and Adam said he saw him driving by.
So again, we're going back to when we initially got up on the 29th, when we were driving up. What we're
Right.
looking for.
We're now to the 12th,
of
nighttime,
What month?
with the IR, September. September 12th, after Luther first day, you're driving up there with an IR device and an illuminator, rather, and a night vision goggle, right?
We are.
And did those work?
Yes.
They worked that night.
On the trip, no, the illuminator was not working. We had inadequate weather, so the weather was defeating the capabilities of the IR illuminator. The night vision goggles were working.
So you went to Plan B, which was what?
What do you mean Plan B?
Well, how were you able to see where the governor's street was?
Well, we had already identified the governor's street during the daytime surveillance. The nighttime was to see if we could get eyes on from the boat launch with the surveillance vehicle, the signal vehicle going up and down the road. Adam stated that he was able to get eyes on the vehicle utilizing the night vision goggles. So as I said before, the night vision goggles, they enhance any kind of illumination that might be present.
So he saw the vehicle basically on that particular street.
He stated that he had eyes on the vehicle.
Okay, but it had nothing to do with where the governor's cottage was. It was just that he saw the street.
They were communicating with the vehicle going up and down her road, and that they were signaling, and he got eyes on the vehicle.
All right, but they also never found the house that night because it was too dark.
They were driving up and down the road, signaling from the road, and Adam had gotten eyes on the vehicle.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Was there some kind of boats talked about with Adam Fox?
Say again?
A boat,
On what
a
day?
boat attack,
On what day, sir?
any day.
On the-
Let me help you out.
Please.
Kayaks.
Yes,
Who brought up kayaks?
Adam Fox did.
When?
The daytime surveillance while we were at the boat launch.
Okay. And that was between you and Adam, right? Talking down on the launch?
He mentioned that the kayaks could be easily accessible. They were directly off to our right.
And that's right when you were down at the boat launch, right?
Yes.
Then Eric's voice won't be on that there, really, will it?
If he was not saying anything, it would not be on there.
Okay. And what was said about kayaks?
That they could utilize them.
Who's they?
Adam Fox's kill squad,
Okay, who's on the kill squad?
the individual that he had mentioned before.
Sean Fix.
He's one of them. Are you wanting what?
Who's the
what's your question
14 kill squad?
exactly? The 14?
Four members.
So members of the Wolverine Watchmen: Caleb Franks, Ty Garvin, Brandon Caserta, Daniel Harris.
Could you go back to the names?
Yes, ma'am. So Adam Fox, Ty Garvin, Caleb Franks, Brandon Caserta, Daniel Harris, Sean Fix, and then Eric Maltar was present with the surveillance, and he was going to be either a driver or a medic.
Right, but he was on the fence, wasn't he?
On the fence?
Yeah.
From who's stating that? I didn't feel that Eric was on the fence. He was progressively getting more and more involved as our trip was going on throughout the day.
But if I showed you a message that you sent 6 days after the 29th that came from you that said on the
Instead of
fence.
Mr. Barnett quoting what the message said, proper impeachment would be he'd show the witness the message and then ask him about it.
First of all, let's bring it down a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Secondly, is there a specific conversation that you would like to attempt to impeach the witness with?
There is, it was brought into Agent Impla, not an exhibit. It was not permitted. It was there, it came in through Agent Impla. He testified to that as well as the extreme shit comment, excuse my language.
Okay, so then it's already in evidence.
It is.
Okay.
So I'll move on. You don't recall that?
No, sir.
You don't recall anything about extreme shit or on the fence?
The exact conversation, if, I don't recall it now.
Okay, so you went to the 12th at Luther.
September 12th, yes, sir.
You invited Barry Croft to that, didn't you?
No, Barry Croft was coming to that FTX. It was discussed at the Wisconsin Cambria training.
Sure.
That Ty Garman would be holding a FTX in Luther.
I'm sorry, it was Steve Robeson that invited him, wasn't it?
He was present when Ty Garman said that they could use his Luther property for training for the next FTX.
Steve invited him at that point.
It was an open invite from Ty Garman.
And Steve invited him also, didn't
Ask
he?
an answer, Judge.
He's not answering, he's sticking with Ty. I'd like to have just the answer to Steve Robeson.
He's not
Well,
getting-
he was asked, gentlemen, bring it down. The objection is noted. He has answered the question. The open invite came from Cruiser. CHS didn't put it in the invite.
I believe Ty Garman, sir.
And that's your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead. All right, you can move on.
So you got there on Friday night.
Yes, sir.
You stayed the night in the camper?
I did.
And who was in the camper?
Several individuals. Caleb Franks, Ty Garvin, Daniel Harris.
Eric Molitor?
No, sir. I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Did you see Eric Molitor that weekend?
I did.
You said you saw him at the training. What time was that?
On Saturday?
Yeah.
The exact time, I'm not sure. There was a lot of people there.
You don't know what time then?
I initially seen him up in Cadillac. That's where everybody was coming in from out of town or out of state. We were meeting them at the Walmart in Cadillac.
Okay.
And we would convoy back to the Luther property.
Okay.
So initially I seen him at the Walmart and then again at the Luther property.
Okay. So you drove with Adam, correct, into Cadillac to Walmart that morning,
On what day, sir?
the 12th.
Yes, sir.
And there was supposed to be a convoy and everybody showing up and driving out to find Ty's spot.
Correct.
Basically, there was a car that was going to show everybody where it was.
Yes. It was very hard it was difficult to find the address.
Okay. It's very isolated.
Yes.
And you and Adam drove in there to be the scout car, or the delivery person, basically the directional car, right?
We had went up there to gather like food and various things, yes.
Just the two of you.
There, I can't recall if it was just the two of us or another individual came up that day.
You don't remember who else was there?
It might have been Brandon, B Puff was his name.
Who?
B Puff was his name online.
Okay. You talk about Brian Puffenberger?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Was he present as well?
I'm not definitively sure on that exact day. I know for sure it was myself and Adam Fox.
Okay. And what did Eric Molitor do if he saw you there, if he did?
He came up and showed Adam the RF detector again and
Okay.
turned it on and explained how it worked.
Okay. And you were aware that Adam was pestering him to bring that to the training.
I wouldn't say pestering. He had asked him to bring it to the training.
In fact, he asked him to bring it to the training way back in the morning on the 29th, 2 weeks before anybody got in the truck and Adam started talking crazy, right?
Can you say again your question?
Adam brought that up. Eric, bring the RF device to training. You can use that. Before Eric got in the truck and Adam started with his crazy business. That happened outside, didn't it?
When he, on the 29th for the daytime surveillance?
Yeah.
I believe he said he should bring that to the
Yeah.
FTX.
And Eric agreed to do it.
Yes.
You know, it was before he heard any of this crazy business of blowing up a boat or doing something to the governor in the car as you guys trucked that up to Elk Rapids, right?
Yes, and he still brought it up.
All right. So if he didn't bring it, that might draw suspicion to him, wouldn't it?
Objection, speculation, Judge.
If you don't go along with these folks, he's testified about that before, you're putting yourself in harm's way. It raises suspicion.
He didn't have to show up, sir.
Question you can't ask.
Okay.
And what was your answer, sir?
That he did not have to show up, sir.
If he didn't show and turn that over, there would be suspicion, would there not?
There, I don't know, there might have been. He didn't have to show up. He didn't have to bring it.
When Adam tasked you to do things, you did them, didn't you?
Because I was involved with Adam from June on. So
Okay.
yes, I was involved with Adam.
And Eric never saw you before the 29th.
No, sir. That was the first time.
Do you know if he ever was in a car with Adam before?
I don't know.
Do you know what his contacts were with Adam prior to that?
I do not know.
So what was Eric wearing in Luther when he was training on the 12th?
He was wearing.
Yeah.
At one point, he had a vest on to sling his rifle. Exact clothing, I'm not.
Okay. We'll back up the RF device. He showed you how it worked that morning.
He had that, yes.
Then he left.
We had left, and then Adam had realized that we were supposed to wait for Eric because individuals had showed up, and then he provided Eric with the address, and they were able to meet and bring him into the property.
Okay. He drove separately later in the afternoon, did he not?
Yes, sir.
Eric brought his own RF device to the property later, did he not?
He did.
So he didn't run it out there and give it to Adam, did he?
He showed up at the Walmart in Cadillac.
Yeah.
And showed Adam how to use it.
Right.
And then he showed up at the Luther property later in the day.
With the device?
I'm not yes, with the device.
Did he give it to Adam at the Walmart location?
No, he showed him how to use it. He just brought it up and displayed the device.
Okay. Was he there to smoke marijuana that day?
They did not smoke at the Walmart. No, they did not smoke there.
Eric Molitor didn't pay for any explosives, did he?
No, he didn't pay for any explosives.
You knew about a 501c3, didn't you, that Steve Robeson had put together?
Went back to Cambria, yes, sir.
Yeah. That was nonprofit, wasn't it?
From what he had mentioned, yes.
And then included $5,000 in a credit card.
I believe that's the amount, yes.
Did you get one of those credit cards?
No,
Do you know if anybody got one? Do
I'm not sure.
you know if Adam Fox was offered one and turned it down?
I don't think he turned it down. I think we were collectively offered one, but nobody obtained one.
So Steve Robeson presented a 501c3 credit card to the Wolverine Watchman, your group.
Yes, sir. He presented the availability of utilizing that credit card, yes.
He was giving out free money to these guys for training aids, wasn't he?
Objection, wrong objection.
That was the same.
Do you know anything about a Blackout 300?
I do.
What's that about?
It's just a AR-15 configuration, but the caliber of the 300 Blackout. It was outfitted with a suppressor, and that's about it on that.
And who had possession of that?
Barry Croft had it.
Anyone else?
I believe just Barry Croft, he had it.
How about a Ruger? Was a Ruger involved?
A Ruger?
Yeah.
For who? There was a lot of firearms that were on the properties. Had different FCXs in different states.
Jenny P. have a Ruger?
I can't recall if she had a firearm on her or not.
Somebody have a 50 caliber rifle at the training?
At the training?
Yeah.
Which training, sir?
Either in Wisconsin or Luther.
I did not see a 50 caliber rifle.
You were aware Agent Implo went to Wisconsin to investigate Mr. Robeson, weren't you?
When, sir?
When your life was threatened by Steve Robeson,
So after the arrest?
December 10th, 2020.
Yes.
Sound familiar?
The exact date. I was aware that he went out there, yes.
Would it surprise you that he went out there to
Objection
investigate?
is what might surprise the witness.
It was the same.
Did you coordinate a trip with Adam to go to Virginia?
Two. I don't believe so, no.
August 23rd?
Say again,
August 23rd?
to Virginia?
Yeah.
No, we were setting up for the daytime surveillance on August 29th.
What did your coordinated trip, if you did, with Adam to go to Virginia?
Objection, the witness said he did not coordinate a trip to go to Virginia with Adam.
Can I confirm that? That's his answer, Your Honor. Did you have any information that Eric believed he was going to look at either Black Lives Matter or Antifa groups threatening northern Michigan at any time?
On what day, sir?
Any time during your investigation?
Not that I was aware of, no.
When they smoked marijuana, what did it smell like? I mean, would you agree you could smell their marijuana when they came back?
Sure.
Strong smell? Weak?
I was away from them at a little bit of a distance. I never smoked marijuana, so they were smoking weed.
Okay. And you saw them and you smelled it. And you smelled it on them.
Yes.
Were you still suggesting things at Luther when you were at Luther?
Objection to the form of the question, still suggesting things.
Were you, I'll change it. Were you suggesting things at Luther as well?
As far as,
Initiating ideas, originating ideas for any of these guys?
no, sir, I don't feel that I did any of that.
You didn't set up the rallying point at night for Walmart?
The route, I don't believe so, no.
So when was there a plan finally put in place, or a plan put in place that was solid, a plot? We'll use the word plot. When did the plot come together?
It was continuously coming together, and I feel that after both the daytime and the nighttime surveillance, we had identified the governor's address and what we were going to be, or what they were going to be doing.
Okay, so what, you're saying the 12th of September?
For like, what is that? Can you repeat your question?
When did the plot come together where it was a definitive plot? Here's what we're going to do.
Per Adam, it was going to be keep developing the plan and tearing it down, developing the plan and tearing it down. So
there was no definitive plot.
there was a plot to target the governor and kill her, yes.
There was no decision made on kayaks versus Ty's boat versus any boat whatsoever.
Ty's boat or a boat could be used on Lake Michigan. Kayaks and other boats could be used on the lake that we were at the lining to make our ingress movement to the governor's house. And then a gunfight would ensue at the governor's house, take her from the governor's house over to Lake Michigan where another boat would be waiting.
Isn't it true on the 1st of October, Adam had given up any thought about this and he wanted to arrest the governor? He was back to square one with arresting the governor.
I don't believe so, no.
You didn't have a discussion with him in early October about arresting the governor?
I can't recall that conversation.
What was Amanda Keller's role in all this?
She was Adam Fox's girlfriend.
Okay, now what was her role in all this?
She was just present with Adam Fox for a significant amount of time, going and attending meetings and FTXs with Adam.
Okay, did you set up the meeting, organize the meeting, or Steve Robeson, the meeting in Dublin?
No, I didn't set either one of them up.
Steve Robeson set up either one of those.
It was per Joe that the initial first meeting was a gathering of the minds, and that was set up through Harry Croft.
All right, back to September 12th. You were the safety range officer, is that right?
Yes,
That means you stay by the shoot house, right?
I was present by the shoot house, yes.
The whole time?
The entire time, no.
And you said you saw Eric there with his medical bag.
He had a bag at one point, I believe, yes.
You had 2 meetings that weekend, didn't you?
I believe we did, yes.
You might have had one big meeting at the beginning, here's what's going to happen. But you had 2 other meetings, didn't you? One on the 12th, one on the 13th.
And, I think the initial one was Adam going around gathering individuals up on who would be doing the nighttime surveillance.
Yeah,
And then there was a circle of trust meeting the following day.
okay, and Eric wasn't involved in any of that, was he? He wasn't in any of those meetings, was he?
I can't recall on that.
Okay, but Eric had never attended a meeting though through the whole time you were on this case, did he? Ever?
A meeting?
Any meeting? He never went to any meeting ever with these guys, any of these guys.
I don't know if there would be like a private one-on-one meeting if he met up with Adam independently.
You don't know then.
He attended the FCSs, he attended the daytime surveillance.
Yeah, he wasn't included in any of your side meetings that you just talked about.
I can't remember at this point.
You can't remember if Eric wasn't
I can't
involved?
recall, sir, if he was present at those meetings. There was a lot of people that were moving around on that property.
You had a meeting on the 12th about some video that was being shown by Special Agent Red.
Yes.
So was he at that one?
I can't definitively say. There was quite a few people that were there.
He wasn't, you said a meeting with a fancy name on the next day. Did he go to that meeting?
On what day, sir?
There was a meeting on Sunday. Did he attend that one?
I don't believe so. I'm not sure.
And do you recall Eric wearing, I call it bulletproof vests, but the carriers and all that, the plate carriers or not?
I'm not sure if he had a plate carry up on the property or not.
You don't know what he was dressed in that day?
Again, it was several years ago now. On his clothing and what material he had on that specific day.
Did
I'm having
he?
a hard time to recall.
All right, you can't recall quite a bit of this, right?
I'm trying to my best ability, sir.
I appreciate that. But you don't remember what he was wearing either day?
Judge, that's the fifth time that question's been put to the witness this afternoon.
Did you see him in training that day?
On which day?
Either day, the 12th or the 13th?
Yes.
You saw him on when?
I seen him at the FTX training.
Okay, did you see him go through the shoot house?
He went through the shoot house. Yes.
Which day? Or both?
13th, he didn't do it because of a flagging incident. So we did a dry fire on the Saturday, I believe.
Okay. And you said that the shoot house got changed somewhere during the weekend?
They can change the configuration out. It was fabricated in tarps, so it was easy to change and manipulate the environment of the kill house.
Isn't it possible that the changed shoot house occurred in Wisconsin, not in Luther?
It had changed at both
Okay.
places, both Wisconsin and Luther.
Okay. Crazy Pete and Joe, were they at Luther?
No, they were not at Luther.
Is that when the groups were fully splintered at that point, September?
The shadow group was working with Adam Fox, and the Wolverine Watchmen were still operational.
The Brick Squad is the shadow group?
It was one of the chats that they had on through that group. Yes, sir.
And the bonfire, was that the chat before the Brick Squad chat?
It was a chat group. I'm not sure if it changed names.
Did you go to Lake Orion with these guys for a rally?
I don't believe I went to a rally in Lake Orion.
You didn't go with Paul?
To Lake Orion?
Yeah.
Yes, and answer, Judge.
I'll move on. You recall going to a haircut protest?
At the
The
no,
barber.
I don't believe I went to
The barber.
No.
Were you aware how Barry Croft got to Wisconsin?
He drove his vehicle.
Who was in his hotel room?
I'm not sure on what the arrangements were for him.
You wrote to the agents, did you not? And told them you're going to spearhead the Wolverine Watchman plan. Is that correct?
I don't recall making that statement, no.
Did you testify in the federal trial on March 22nd, on or about that day?
Yes, sir.
Then you were interviewed by Ms. Kelly.
Yes, sir.
If I were to show you a page of your testimony on page 13 of that transcript, would that help refresh your memory about spearheading?
That was, sir, yes.
I'm ready.
What year was that, Mr. Barnett?
2022.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. May I approach your honor?
Thank you.
You can only one question and answer this.
It's quite a bit on there, your honor.
Okay, what, is there a question that precedes you saying the word spearhead?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's move to the question and answer.
And on June, may I read it? And on June 30th, and you recall writing to your agents and telling them that you are spearheading that plan.
I'd ask the questions that preceded and after it be read in full for the jury to get full context of it. Question and answer, line by line.
Mr. Barnett, could I see that page, the page before and the page after?
Yes, sir. Dan, I'm going to read something to see if it can refresh your memory about spearheading. Question. Okay, but you were working with the Watchmen to try to get a plan for them to bring to Wisconsin, correct?
Okay, so he's going to review the entire.
Okay.
Your answer for Adam, yes. Question for Adam, answer. He wanted us to get a plan to go to Wisconsin, yes. Question. And on June the 30th, then you recall writing to your agents and telling them that you are spearheading that plan? Question mark. Answer. I don't believe that was the content of that. No, I don't recall that. The only spearheading is, I remember, is Daniel Harris saying that if he was going to spear ... or be the tip of the spear, it needed to be well thought out. Question, okay, would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the text message you sent to the special agent? Answer, it would. Ms. Kelly, may I approach the witness? The court, sure. The witness, thank you. Next question, Ms. Kelly. Did you have a chance to review those text messages? I did. Answer. Question, okay. Do you recall writing to the agents that you were going to be spearheading things? Question mark. Answer, yes. I don't know what the contents was of that I would be spearheading. Question, I'm sorry, I missed that. I don't know what the context of what I would be spearheading to on that specific day. Question, on June the 30th, you weren't sure what you were going to be spearheading? Correct. Something that Ty was reinforcing, right? That's the question. Answer, yes. So, does that refresh your memory about you talking to the agents about you spearheading the plan, sir?
It's very confusing, but
Judge, I think, the purpose of that, I think, was impeachment, not necessarily refreshing. If he was going to refresh his memory, would he have shown it to him?
If I understood the testimony correctly, he didn't recall sending the text message, and so it was offered to impeach the fact that he didn't send a message with that phrasing.
Okay. Did you send the text message about spearheading?
off of that,
What's the question? I'm sorry.
Did you send a text message about spearheading?
He's already answered that.
So do you recall sending a text message?
I still no, sir.
Can you tell me what the meaning of spearheading the plan meant?
From who, sir?
That you were saying in that text. Can you give some context to it?
I can't recall what the conversation was taking place.
You were responsible for getting Adam in the Watchman chat, were you not?
On which chat, sir?
At the end of June?
Which chat?
Not sure. Did you get him in one of the Watchman chats?
Per the directive of Daniel Harris, yes, he wanted me to set up another chat.
Actually, the leadership chat, correct?
I don't know if it was the leadership chat, no.
On July 7th, you came up with some code words that you thought that the Watchman should have as well?
No, so that was Paul Beller making up code words.
And you encouraged the Wolverine Watchmen when they went to Wisconsin to have an open mind, didn't you, about the
I told him
plans?
that I did not know what would be taking place out there and to have an open mind.
All right, you took Dan Harris there.
He wrote with me, yes.
He had a gun in the car, didn't he?
He didn't.
Illegal gun?
Yes.
And you may have said this, but you're aware Steve Robeson organized the Wisconsin FTX.
Asked and answered 4 times this afternoon.
Did you show up in the videos for the shoot houses in Cambria?
I was present at training, yes.
And you talked about a future training at Luther at Cambria, didn't you?
It was brought up, yes.
You talked about it, not yet. You did, didn't you?
With the conversation tied, yes.
You brought that up.
I don't.
You and Steve, though, right?
Judge,
Ladies and gentlemen, I think what we're going to do is take our afternoon break. It's 4 o'clock and a half, so we'll give you all about 10 minutes to do the restroom. And I'll give you your information.
Yeah, he wants us.
yeah.
Yeah. I think that's why.
Okay, can we leave the photo? I didn't want to run out of my buttons.
You go back.
Just for you, big guy.
Yeah.
Again, your butt, so you go in there.
Yeah, I didn't want to be the guy going first.
You know, these signals are much better. Just,
Lefty, righty.
I'm just, come on down, I'm teasing.
Other questions?
Mr. Mundy?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Sire?
No questions, thank you.
Any reader?
Just one question. Can you pull up 157 for me?
One five seven.
Yes, sir. It's warming up. Hey, Dan, that picture there, whose truck is that?
That is mine.
Okay, and where's it at right at the moment in time that the picture was taken?
In front of the local police department.
In Elk Rapids?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did you come to be down there? I mean, well, first of all, what day was that? Were you in front of the Elk Rapids Police Department?
August 29th.
Who's in the truck with you?
Myself, Adam Fox, and Eric Walter.
Eric Molitor still in the back seat with his gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury why you happened to drive by the police department that day in Elk Rapids.
For the discussion of looking at locations of police in the vicinity of the area,
Whose idea was it to drive by? Let me put it that way.
it was Eric's.
Okay. Nothing else, Judge.
Any requests, Mr. Brown?
You sure it wasn't Adam Fox that said that?
They were both communicating on looking up the location with him, and that we should drive down through there.
Okay, but it was, they were both talking about that at that point.
They were, yes.
It was kind of already a settled issue where the department was, right? Because of the map,
Yes,
the distance, the time.
yes.
And your testimony is, and it's on the tape, but your testimony is that Eric did that.
Yes.
Eric said, let's go by the police department.
That is, those exact words, I don't believe they were spoken like that, but we should find out where Emma's state police and the county offices are at.
Okay, but that was after you had already talked about that at the tavern.
We had talked about it at the tavern,
Right.
and we had talked about it at the boat launch.
And it was right on the map. These things are 20 miles away.
If they were wanting to drive by it, yes.
All right, so that made it was much ado of nothing. You already had that information from the tavern.
It was a lot to do with something because we physically drove by it.
Yeah, you had that information from the tavern already, though, didn't you?
From Adam, yes.
And actually, it was from your phone?
No, Adam had to look them up and task me out to look them up.
In fact, you had the same discussion down in Grand Rapids, did you not? On the way up to Eric's?
I don't believe on the conversation that we had in Grand Rapids.
Mr. Mundy?
Nothing further, thank you.
Mr. Sire?
Nothing further, thank you.
Mr. Walton?
No, sir. Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
No objection? No objection.
And it's the next witness.
Can we approach you? Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, that'll conclude the testimony for today. We'll start back up at 9 o'clock again tomorrow morning. So we'll excuse you at this time. All rise for the jury.
Oh, Judge?
Oh, yeah.
I do have.
Oh, sure, you get down questions, please. Sorry, you guys can come back in. Someday I'll learn this new process. No, you're fine. I appreciate you reminding me. Thank you. You all can have a seat, that's fine. I forgot to talk to you down and give you more questions. But what we'll do is the same, I mean, I'll tell everybody again, but we'll do the same process we did yesterday, where if you all have questions, that's fine. If not, you would just be free to go and release. And ladies and gentlemen, when you come back in, you don't even have to all sit down. I forgot to offer you the opportunity for questions. Okay, so what we'll do is I'll release you much like we did last time. You can go back to the jury room, take a couple of minutes to think about it. If there are no questions, simply let staff know that, and then you're free to go. We'll keep everybody in here while you leave. If there are questions, that's perfectly fine. We'll just bring you back in and then deal with it that way. Okay? So now I'll rise for the jury. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Jen, just in about 5 minutes, if you could just ask them either way if they have questions or not. If they don't, they can be released. Okay, the door is closed. The jury is outside the courtroom. CHSN and everybody.
He's still available.
But he's not in the room, right?
He's not right now.
Okay. If you guys don't mind, you can turn your cameras around if you want. I don't know that we have anything to go on the record anyway, but let me go around the room. Assuming they don't have any questions, Mr. Wilson, anything for you?
No, sir.
Okay. And I think 3 witnesses expected.
Tomorrow, and then we'll rest.
Okay. Mr. Nuntia?
Nothing.
Mr. Sack?
Nothing.
Thank you again. Mr. Barnett?
Nothing other than, when should I have my witnesses here? How long is tomorrow going to last? Mr. Molitor is one of them, he theoretically could go first.
Okay, well, Mr. Olson, I don't know the right way to phrase this, because obviously I don't hold the parties to it, but do you think that's a morning, or do you think it's a whole day?
My direct on the 3 witnesses should be less than 2.5 hours total, direct on those 3 witnesses.
Okay, well, why don't we do this? Tomorrow, Wednesday, is it fair for the court to assume perhaps that there may be motions after the people rest? Yeah.
There will be.
Okay, so let's assume that that's going to direct, in the people's case, will take us until lunch, or certainly maybe a little bit after lunch, depending on testimony across, all that stuff. The court will have to deal with that issue, and then we can determine that. So if we have free time, we could also talk initially about jury instructions, I suppose. There's stuff we could do, I guess is what I'm saying. So why don't we plan, if there are defense witnesses, to have them ready for Thursday morning. We will make use of Wednesday afternoon with anything that we didn't discuss on the record is up to us. Any objection to that process?
Not at all, and we did file a motion this weekend as to a jury instruction. We'd like that to be heard, obviously, at the appropriate time.
Sure. And Mr. Nunzio, anything for you or any objection to that plan?
No, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sack?
We just haven't had a chance to respond, Judge.
No, and that's fine. We'll talk about that when we get there. I'm not going to, if you want to file a written response, that's perfectly appropriate. If you don't, that's fine too. We can discuss it.
Additionally, the jury just took off, so I don't think they had any questions.
Okay, Jen, can you just confirm?
There were no questions.
No questions, okay. Can you see if they're all out of there or not? It's fine if they're not, it's just, Search and that's probably looking at that too. Anything else for you?
I don't know that I'll be ready to ask on a certain instruction or not until my client's provided his testimony. That's the only problem I see, and I would prefer to talk him on and get him going, so we don't waste any time. I know we've been spending good time on the instructions, but I have one of them that I popped in an email around and pulled it out.
They're all gone, I assume, so I'm not, sorry.
Anyway.
Well, that's fine. If we get to that point tomorrow and there's enough time where it makes some sense to start that, we certainly can. We'll just play it by ear.
This is,
It's a flowing process.
Derek Molitor's mother would like to be present when he testifies, is the other thing. She would provide short testimony. If we are going to go tomorrow afternoon, I can have her here. She can go first. There's nothing that would be, nothing up she for his honesty, it'd be his citizenship, his caring, kind, compassionate nature, his peaceful nature, those areas. And then personal traits that she has opinions on. Her testimony to that, open up character evidence. But I would like to have her
come testify, get her out of the way. Mr. Ralston's been kind enough to not object to her watching. I understand she's not been watching since the first or second day.
Well, why don't you have her here and ready to go, say, at 3:30 tomorrow, just in case. And then
Okay.
if she goes, she can, and if not, then we'll start with her on Thursday.
I have one short witness. I'll try to get here Thursday morning. I told him Friday morning, but things move faster.
And who is that, Mr. Barnett?
Mr. Lunsford.
There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, anything for anybody?
No, thank you.
Nope, okay, we're adjourned for the day.
Thanks, Roger.
Can you, unplug right here, if you don't mind?
Jeez. Guy gets to be a supervisor, and all of a sudden he's got to replace the shop. I said lightly chosen. Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
He's had that day, I'm telling you.
Next on Up North Live News at 5, testimony resumes in Antrim County. Who took the stand today in the governor's kidnapping plot trial? A Northern Michigan woman charged in the driving death of Evie Kellogg.